and must be administered in their name by the judiciary. And the judiciary is defined to include the regional tribunals and such lower courts or tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. Go and look at Article 126 of the Constitution. I've answered the bit about saving face from the Sedina matter. There is also a question about building consensus, given the fact that we are a very deeply divided and polarized country. Now, the level of polarization in this country is at, I agree, is very high. I also agree that it is at the level of the two main political parties. And so, in coming to this point of the constitutional review, I have tried my best to build bridges across the divide. I wrote to Parliament as a co-equal branch of government, and I submitted the report, the final report of the Ekosiise Prempe Committee to the Speaker. I also wrote to the Majority Leader, the Honorable Mahama Yarga, and gave him a copy. And I wrote to the Minority Leader, the Honorable Afenyo Markins, and gave him a copy. I reached out to the minority and requested that they give me a name to serve on the Constitution Review Implementation Committee. And I was given the name of the Honorable Member for Asante Achim, I think Central. That is the Honorable Kwame Imedu. Is it Central or South? Central. Yes. So hopefully he will be there to represent the minority. And then also we have a member of the majority caucus being there. And we have an eminent justice of the Supreme Court who will be the chair of that committee. So I have started building the bridges. And let me tell you something. This constitutional reform project is a national project. All right? Under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, there was a constitution review committee which was spearheaded by the then majority leader, the Honorable Che Mensa Bonsu. I sat through the proceedings of that committee. I made my views known. I was then in the minority. I was a member of the minority, the opposition. But I sat through and I made my views known. So my hope is that being a national project and with the good intentions exhibited by His Excellency the President, will all come around the table, because the amendments that are being proposed are supposed to enhance, or let me say designed to enhance our governance. And if you look at the Constitution is very clear that governmental power must be exercised in the name of and for the welfare, underline the word welfare, of the people of this country. That includes, members of the minority. And I'm hoping that they will come around the table for us to all think through what is doable, what is practical, and what will inure to the welfare of the people of this country. Also, there's a question about Ken Ofori-Atta and the dual citizenship and whether we will not be appointing spies into office. Well, to be honest with you, and I'm being very, very candid, all right, I have not thought about the question of spies in office. I trust that any of our citizens who has the citizenship of another country and wishes to offer public service will do so in good faith, all right, and with fidelity to the laws of this country. And it is not only dual citizens who can be spies. Citizens, people who do not have dual citizenship, can, because of material and financial considerations, turn themselves into spies for other countries or agencies of those countries. In our history, the CIA didn't pay dual citizens to overthrow Osagi for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. If the people who did so, who betrayed him, had dual citizenship, I do not know. But I can tell you that the fact that a person has dual citizenship does not diminish their loyalty to this country. And so for me, I will stand by it. It's something that is long overdue, and we should be doing it. Now, should we be, saying that, I don't know what the link is with Ken Ofori-Atta. I've never had any doubts as to whether he was spying for the, CIA or any entity. And that is not my concern at all. It's not my concern. And given the situation in which we find ourselves, I would want to stay away from commenting exhaustively on the issue of Ken Ofori-Atta. There is also the question about the removal of the CJ. I think it's a legitimate question. Article 146 is not that simple. It provides a regime for removing the CJ on stated misconduct. It does not say that the president can, by the stroke of a pen, fire the CJ. It doesn't.
There have been concerns raised about what has transpired recently, and I have noted those concerns and will be, as I said, refining the rules and elaborating on them to make it probably as, more, not that more difficult, okay, but just to ensure that there are no doubts raised when it comes to the removal procedures, or the removal of a Chief Justice. But you are very right that the judiciary is a co-equal, a branch of government, that the Chief Justice is an officer of state who should not be removed very easily. Okay? I do agree with that underlying principle. But was the current, the Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice removed easily? It was not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, no, nobody who has asked a question is coming back. We need to save time. So, the three of you who have not asked any question can ask any.
Okay.
Max, you had the opportunity. In the next 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll make it this very quick. The first one is on the referendum. You propose that you do it alongside the district assemblies elections, which is somewhere next year. But we would need 40% turnout for this referendum to succeed. The district assemblies elections are notoriously having low turnouts. The last one was 37%. The one before that was 35%. Are you not shooting yourself in the foot by putting this all-important amendment that you say you support alongside the district assembly elections, which normally will have a low turnout? If that turnout repeats itself, it means that your referendum will fail. How are you doing that? Don't you think it would be good to do a stand-alone referendum, even though it will be expensive, so that we know that we are succeeded? I would like you to clarify that.
Thank you very much.
I have just one question again.
Make it snappy, please.
On dual citizenship, it's not only Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta who is away. I don't want to bring that issue back. But Mr. Akoli is a dual citizen. And I've not heard us even ask questions about him, because we know that it is totally impossible. We won't get him.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion?
Because even Mr. Ofori-Atta, who is our own, a Ghanaian citizen, we're having issues. I read that a court in America said there is no basis, despite all that we have done. So imagine their own citizen. What's the principle that MPs, Attorney General, who will now will have the tenure of a Supreme Court judge, can have an American citizenship and a Ghanaian citizenship, but a vice president and a president cannot have? What's the principle? What's the difference?
All right, thank you.
My name is Kwame Asante. I work with Onia TV, Onia FM. And my question is simple. With the proposed month of November that the Honorable Attorney General said they are proposing that we should have the general election, the election of the president, and then that of the members of parliament in November. Is there a proposed fixed date in November that election will be held? We know December, it was December 7.
I thought the AG answered that, but anyway, he will take the opportunity to reiterate it here.
Good afternoon. My name is Romeo Tete, and I report for Ahoto FM. Honorable AG, please, we want to know the number of recommendations made, especially on media reforms. How many of those were accepted and how many were rejected, and if any reasons. And please, lastly, for the avoidance of doubts, when is the new changes of the president's term in office starting? Is it starting from the current president or the one that comes after him? Thank you.
The AG was very clear that it does not apply to the current president. Thank you very much. Okay, Max.
Thank you very much. This last question is in the spirit of oral. Yeah. No, so I just want to find out from you, Honorable AG, you've made known your intention to appeal this decision. I know that in the spirit of double jeopardy, if it fails at the Supreme Court, we cannot continue. Would you be willing to bring fresh charges against Sedina if the appeal fails? Would you be willing to bring fresh charges? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for a second round of excellent questions. As I indicated earlier, I would employ all of you to read the government position paper thoroughly as media people, because it's very, very comprehensive. Now, on the referendum, the concern that you have raised about the 40% threshold is a real concern. But again, from the statistics that you have put out, the district assembly elections usually attract very low turnout. Okay, so if we were to just tie it to the assembly elections and rest it there, then you can be sure that we may not be able to get the 40% threshold prescribed by the Constitution. But the referendum is a key aspect of the legacy of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, there will have to be, educational activities by bodies such as NCCE regarding the referendum. Of course, I'm sure civil society groups will take part in whipping up support for the referendum, given the fact that it is supposed to, it is designed to ensure that we put through these constitutional, amendments that are designed to ensure that our country is very well governed. So the threat is real, all right? But I don't think that it is a threat that we cannot overcome. So a standalone referendum for now is not what we are proposing. We'll work with the EC and then the Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to see what date will be fixed, and then we can take it from there. Now, there was a question about Mr. Akoli, all right? I think of the two, because Ken Ofori-Atta was a minister of state, our former finance minister, there's always focus on him. But the request that has been sent by my office includes that of Mr. Akoli. And now, take it from me, all right? The fact that a person is an American citizen does not immunize them from extradition, all right? So, American citizens can be extradited to Ghana, all right? Well, the fact that it has never happened doesn't mean that it cannot happen. But I'm telling you that from a legal, technical point of view, the position that you have taken is wrong. The fact that somebody is a dual citizen doesn't make it difficult, doesn't, put a roadblock on the way to extradition. Even if that person is not also a citizen of Ghana, they can be extradited to Ghana to stand trial. All right? Then there was a question about why the distinction between, offices. I think that the discussion excluded the high offices of president and vice president of the republic. All right. I believe that if somebody wants to rule this country, okay, they should be in a position to say that, look, I do not want to be the citizen of another country. And I think that that is probably the basis why those two positions, in fact, even all the civil society groups that have campaigned on this, there is a bill to amend the constitution that is currently being considered by the Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs. And in that bill, people like Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh, as well as Professor Kogu Asari, have agreed that the two high offices of state, that is president and vice president, should be left out. But I want to also let people know that historically, for instance, we had Justice Apalo, who was a chief justice of this country, okay, leaving Ghana and becoming chief justice of Kenya. He was a Ghanaian citizen, but he was appointed chief justice of Kenya. Okay, so these are matters that I think the CRIC will look at. They will be debated in Parliament, subjected to a referendum, and eventually will come to a position as to whether or not we want to go forward with them. Then the question about proposed fixed date in November. I said we will consult with the Electoral Commission to be able to determine what that date should be. So we don't have that, and the government position paper did not specify a date for the elections. There are a lot of recommendations on the media. Of course, you cannot have the Honorable Felix Ofosu-Kwakye around the cabinet table and not expect that recommendations regarding the media are included in the position of government. And so there are recommendations, for instance, on the National Media Commission and its role in the regulation of the media in our country. Those recommendations are contained copiously in the report. Then also, the last question that touches upon the government position paper is on the term of the president. All right? I made it clear that this is forward-looking. Okay? It's forward-looking. We have proposed that the 5-year term be the term of the president when the president is, elected. All right? Now, if we look at it critically, and the term of parliament has also been, we have stated quite clearly that the term of parliament should also be enhanced to, 5 years. All right? The question whether it should apply now or should apply, in the future, and whether, for instance, Parliament can decide that in passing the legislation that its life be extended by another year, those are all matters that will be hammered out when the CRIC begins its work and Parliament begins the process of enactment. Will I bring fresh charges? That is legally impossible. After the Supreme Court speaks, I don't see how I can bring charges. Fresh charges. Yes, unless the evidence is different. If I get fresh evidence, okay, of wrongdoing, that will be an entirely different kettle of fish. From saying that based upon the same charges, I'm going to arrest her after the Supreme Court has made a determination. Either way, let's say the Supreme Court says that the High Court was wrong, or it affirms the Court of Appeal. I'll be legally barred. Okay? But as I said, I don't want to comment on the substance of the appeal. We will publish the arguments of my office that were filed before the Court of Appeal. And again, subsequently, when we file our, appeal in the Supreme Court, there will be public documents. And for those of you, the media houses that have lawyers, I'm sure they will read them and determine whether I am right or I am wrong. But I have taken a principled stance, and that stance will go forward. I thank you for your attention and for the wonderful questions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General, and thank you all for coming.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM. And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ekosiisen on Asempa for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language, of the year.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen on Asempa, which is part of the multimedia stable, for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language, of the year. Shall we do a big round of applause for the team as they make their way here onto the stage?
Congratulations, Obi and the team.
Chief Baine, Akwabana, Apom to then.
Osei, Bonsu.
Ekosiisen on Asempa
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibi abokoa.
Oh, Yankupon Adum, Bibia Dadni. Now, what's what?
Nyamenadum, kakran. Ye pimso kakran.
Asempa, I will know what you watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to 100 Abra, 1 year Rambo, Morocco, to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And now show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. As Nana Kwame Bediako.
Okay.
So what you saying? No one make an quite say Jay-Z.
Any Sean Carter.
Oko check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Nti and the almost how a nipa ebodino. No, mudi combine and no mu ye search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that cheddar and a nick, you know, and a nickname.
Cheddar the nickname. I just say Obi. See what they call cheddar namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu our Asempa, Debrane Mamba. Obi, some.
Oh yes, it is a victory for the whole nation, I would say. And particularly to me, it is a total slap in the face of monocracy. among delegates which nearly destroyed some of the political parties. And I will say also that if this has not happened, or if judgment has been different today, that would have been the end of democracy in this country. And I won't be surprised if the soldiers step in.
Yeah, but why do you think this decision saves our democracy? I mean, there are those who believe that really in terms of the influence of money in our politics, I mean, the decision notwithstanding, still people would pay money, because even if you broaden the college, in this case, every member in good standing will be allowed to vote. Still, people can influence as many as possible, no?
So what you are saying, if that is tried in any political party, that party will be exposed.
Okay.
That's point number one. Point number two, that party will be an enemy to democracy and to the people of this country.
But I don't know if you've heard some of the
there's corruption in the closed delegate system.
Delegate system.
And you know, Muna and more democratic. Now, when I know, I'm going to imagine the sense they should inform us, say, you know, and yet in accord with democratic principles. So what I say, go fit 5-5 or no? The political parties, internal activities, no. And yes, in accord with democratic principles. And a party, no, internal party, a political organization, political organization.
Yes.
And see, Uba, and my now be joining me. Now so join Juma. Thank you. Sir, constitution say I was said internal operations no in accord with democratic principles. It means the way be in terms of your elections, discipline, the way be no. I was said stand first one. AP as a political party. No. And I was say, you're to a bar. You better know a form I was useful. If you form bar, all polling station officers, you'll be out to be. No macabum to electoral area, macabum to constituency, macabum at a region, macabum at a national. This is democratic. So, when it's democratic, then you must declare it unconstitutional first. Then you now depart. But don't care, no one can answer your court on it. May try with the full judgment, no, that will help us to do the analysis properly. And once you say it's undemocratic, no, then you can now go to the second stage and proffer why you think it's undemocratic. But the court didn't tell us it's undemocratic. So when they say you could be able to because they should declare their own democratic first before we can go and open it. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And two, all card-bearing members in good standing, it comes with cost. In fact, even what we are doing now, it comes with cost. It comes with cost. Electoral Commission, they don't pay for any cost of running elections in internal political organization or structure. They don't. They bring budgets. The party will find money and pay the electoral commission to supervise the elections. My question, they say that who will pay for the cost? Is it the state from consolidated fund or the party itself? Is it a state?
Yes, sir. It should be the party. It's a party, Nana.
Where would the party find the money?
Members of the party should pay for it.
Where would they find the money?
Some would share dues. Members do voluntary contributions.
Obi, Konakubusa, for national treasurer, Dr. China, Nebusana, the person a trade dues, a BP party. Busana. And the court does not make its orders innocuous. A court order is meant to be enforced.
Yes.
So, if the party should go and run elections for all card members to participate, as a party in this call run elections now, how would that process go on? That is the question I've asked, and I'm not yet getting an answer. So, Attorney General, when they came in earlier on, they first said they should support the position of MPP and CPP. And then later, when they realized NDC was rather supporting the plaintiffs, they changed their position and support the plaintiffs. I asked them, who will fund these elections? In court. I asked them. They said the state may support. I said, let's be very careful here. Because if you say we should go around the elections, competitive elections, to be. Let's get in the whole mark. How are you going to do it? And I've seen political challenges in political parties trying to run an elections. I've seen it before. I've seen political example like a political party. Sometimes they can't even pay their own electricity bills in their party headquarters. It is not as easy as you see it like that. So when they say the members should pay for the elections, as it stands now, I'm telling you, call Dr. China, National Treasurer, and ask him, the state of Nipamotia, even those who are there now, more dues. And I see political challenges with the implementation of the decision. That's what I see it. It's political challenges in how the decision will be implemented.
Asempa FM.
For those who are in government, yes, maybe they can find the money to do it. Or those who are in opposition. So yes, it is ideal. It is very, very ideal. Sir, all card-bearing members of a political party in good standing can be allowed to take part in our elections. It is very ideal. It's very ideal. But is it practicable? Is it practicable? That's a question that I'm still seeking for answers. That is why you realize that MPP gradually was moving towards that direction when they opened up the system by bringing in all representatives to bring them onto the electoral college so they can also vote. So the next thing that we're going to do is to identify those also who are also effective members, who are active members, at that time they will have built a solid system internally to know who really is a member of the party from polling station, electoral area, constituency. So what the party started doing, was to build a solid electoral system from the polling station. Hence the registration of new members at the polling station. But they say, who is a card-bearing member in good standing in MPP?
Yes, a court number 1 year to sort all of that out.
Obi. And
July 29th, yes.
2026.
Sure.
Let's see whether next year, 28th of July, 2026.
2027.
2027.
Mm-hmm.
The party will be able to build enough, enough solid system to be able to comply with this decision. You see, some of us who work with a political party, we have direct knowledge of what goes on directly in the political party.
Okay.
Because the Ekosiise committee meeting, the NEC meeting, the council meeting, you need the Ekosiise party on a day-to-day basis. So what you are saying, and you say the decision again, pretty sure. But it has got practical challenges in its implementation. That is the problem.
The problem. Very well. Council,
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
Oral. You see, let's be extremely careful. If we hadn't insisted on the rule of law, stretching it, let's be honest to ourselves, Tachikwesi will not be sitting here today. Because they were going to do everything to jail him. But we insisted that the rule of law must work. Process must be followed at every turn. And God being so good, he's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs today.
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye, Ekosiise nye, Bonsu our Minister, de brane mamba. Obi, som. Oribo. Ekosiise, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiise, wo Asempa FM.
Ekosiise Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie.
Oribo. Ekosiise, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiise, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiise nye, Bonsu our Minister, de brane mamba. Obi, som. Asempa FM.
suffer. He sees the suffer. Amor, amor. And God can listen. When my young Kana. Suffer. He sees the suffer. He sees the suffer. Amor, and God can listen. When my young
94.7 Asempa FM. I'm also saying the Ekosiisen Jumediana Air Bremo. It's a Thursday afternoon. Live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. 45 minutes after 2. And said the Yakokofa, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the media engagement on the Constitutional Review Committee report. And abine position paper, the baby na friend white paper no, and or home press conference. And then Sembebre na atom central for enim Ghana for nyina so mason atibi. Nti emra so say yenso ye betena, and that's how come started show a bit late today because we had to bring you that all important press conference. Nti that is on our table. That's the Constitutional Review Committee report and a buying position paper. Some of the very controversial constitutional issues, no, the gray areas in our constitution are buying pursuant to the committee's recommendation, no, and your position paper. Abba. Some of the main ones was say Muhono. But before that press conference, now the Court of Appeal of the Republic of Ghana delivered judgment. Judgment where on the appeal filed by Sedina Ationu Tamaklo. She was seeking the Court of Appeal to acquit and discharge her based on some grounds of appeal. But when say charge sheet the state issue against her a share in the trial na somewhere in 2021 no so charge sheet na defective in the Court of Appeal no enyina so no fa embo the conviction and the sentence no engu. The Court of Appeal agreed with her and no deliver decision. Yate say by the close of day today, the full judgment but the big story is Sedina Ationu Tamaklo now or serve 10 years imprisonment. Court of Appeal acquitted and are discharged. And just a unfunny who endi song, you know. And on in someone a woho. Attorney General's Department issue statement say omobe appeal and then so AG account sem kakra at the media briefing or no and it's a very, very interesting development. I mean, Osha social media, the dominant narrative, one of disappointment. I mean, nipa bebrina free say, we dear emu yorom na it may deal a great blow to this whole oral and komoa kosono. What do you think? Yene all the persons involved omoa ekabia ewum ebedin komo ewie. But truly the feedback on social media has not been good and yet a favorable feedback at all. People are truly disappointed. Of course, some lawyers have exercised some caution, say omo train ama full judgment, no abba. On the face of it, no, the feedback has been extremely, disappointing. I mean, a sense of disappointment. Mamen kwa ho manu ansana yebeba sansem we nyina so no enne Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu and on Minister of Justice and Attorney General addressing media buyenti no na fe yemra Honorable Akwaba Ekosiisen so mijirisa ahoden ho
nyame adome ho yes
yedanyame ase papa inti edikan Jumedia Attorney General ebabedi to present a buying position paper on the Constitutional Review Committee on report and recommendations. No, essentially nioma ben na buying agiatum de na buying anyantum honorable.
So benazwe be obi I'm say be sema be do ko do me ntamina age din some kind of baby na amampeni mama I'm say obetna ko yan so January 2025 na mo no be na otwe me nsa bi achi na ote constitution review committee say eyen satemu a Ghana for dodo na press yenye wo eye constitution mu no omunsi nkonya no mo fa ho agenchiremra nti yam say December of last year and omode omo report ebeda ya ban nti yam say sabre no man penisha say eye attorney general and the legal counsel omo share report no mu na omo prepare the bonife no position paper eye abanya agenchira ewo sa constitution review commission report committee report no na emremo no senka report no eye commission and I deba yanka sa abanya de efe no white paper na o chere se ntia waje na mebia to manase wanyi bia ntum ana so police aban issue white paper ese o chere mu se ntia on issue white paper.
Yes,
but we know a committee into white paper same year.
Okay,
now no in the spirit of transparency and accountability ntia aban say ya the position paper everybody nti actually eye nsemo a abeto dwa no the abanji tum and the abanji tum ene ebi wo kwa aban agiatum but osusa yen sesa ne kakra the affair no modification never say bit to say age limit on contesting to become president
no
so see I can say no the constitution say 40 years so would be 40 years answer which made nothing until so about president.
Yes,
constitution review committee no can say yen to some 30 years but aban so say 30 years ni so yen 35 years is an say answer now be pre man penye konya no say na say be we abo black akra you have some level of maturity and experience in aban so say at 35 years you should be in the prime of your life. You would have acquired significant experience and maturity in life. Indeed, the trend globally, and it's more and more young people are getting into government. Indeed, there are some kind of, if I say, I'm in the Netherlands, make us say you're more prime minister or in the 30s.
Yes.
And I think Austria also, they also had a prime minister who was in the 30s. So, a idea, I'm saying, then when you say at 35, one should have sufficient maturity to be able to contest to become president.
Okay.
Yeah, accepting a recommendation with modification.
Okay.
Okay. Now, answer na, you take this position paper. Cabinet is here was asking who impairment. I think about 2 months ago, I put out information. Say cabinet this year, Ashe report. Report is over 600 pages. And each page must be read thoroughly and sign which make a position.
Yes.
It took us about 3 meetings. In fact, there was one weekend about a month and a half ago. Yesterday, Saturday, Sunday, a whole weekend to deliberate over this. And last meeting, I think about 2 weeks ago. And here, and a cabinet man attended to me say, to make the position paper no. Actually, it is a subject of extensive deliberation and consultation. One of the most interesting recommendations, the tenure of a president. For many years, there has been a series of debate. Like I say, at least in recent memory, Nipa Odi Kain, Edesa in Chamber to President Kufuor. I think I tell you of his son, to say 4 years it's not enough for a president to be able to effectively govern. Because the first year, you'll be assembling a government. And then the final year, is dominated by electoral politics because the next election will be coming. Effectively, the president has just about 3 years or 2.5 years to roll out his program. Now, we say, start time frame is shut. In the 5 years. I think that's people to have, contributed to that debate. Into the committee chaired by Professor Ekosiisen Pempe.
Yes.
I recommend they say 5 years. Yes, so now you're committee no yarding. say 5 years. It must be placed on record. Say it does not affect President Mahama. So it will come into effect after it is approved at a referendum because they are provision.
Yes.
Yes. And it will take effect after President Mahama. He said they will be say to benefit President Mahama and it must be placed on record. Says Anna Senate here. If that one was accepted as recommended by the
committee,
committee. And then there was a recommendation to say we should cap the number of MPs. Committee, it should be 276.
Okay.
But yet we agree with the principle that it should be capped. Then when we thought that it should be made 300. 276 should remain elected. But 24 now canon, we should use it to promote inclusivity. So, for instance, people with disabilities, any minority groups ordinarily the current process does not allow them the opportunity to be part of legislation. Into the 24 will be reserved for those people. But turn attention studies will be conducted on how to select SAR 24 so that it is fair, it is representative, and then it is transparent.
Not just they will not be representing constituencies.
They will not represent constituencies. But you can say that they will represent not political constituencies and not geographic constituencies.
Yes.
But demographic
constituencies.
Demographic constituencies. In other words, normally they are, for instance, MRC. For many years they are not. So but the electoral process, the competitive electoral process, has proven ineffective at dealing with it. In fact, make us say there were 276 MPs. I think just about 20 or so of them are, which is completely inadequate.
Yeah, very.
What they total in some kind of video about promoting women inclusion at the idea. And so it has become necessary to take some affirmative action using other means, constitutional means, to ensure that we increase the numbers. And then people with disability, naturally, because of disability, even the mobilization of resources to contest elections via them. So the capacity of such people to be part of decision making, because they are also part of society. And MIA for Muhubi, but they don't appear to have a voice.
Yeah.
And today is one of the ways that you're able to promote
Felix, did the committee recommend a bicameral chamber rather than the unicameral chamber? You see, say be a another chamber be a then sa nkofo a yebesha da select one ebia statesmen, people represent identifiable groups, almost benya an upper chamber of a sort be.
As far as I know, no.
Recommendation. Okay.
What they did was that we should
cap 276.
And we thought that we should make it 300.
300. Okay.
So that then we make space for marginalized groups here.
Okay.
Then there was also a recommendation to cap the number of Supreme Court judges. We agree in principle with our defending recommendation.
Okay.
Except that we thought that it should be 19 instead of 15 on recommendation. And this is based on consultations with the Supreme Court itself. And many of the judges have indicated that they are overwhelmed with the cases.
Yeah.
So they need hands to help them. If we have 19, that is chief justice, any
18 other justices.
But it is capped beyond that. No president can interfere with the numbers. Okay.
It will be called retirement and you can replace.
Yes.
Okay.
But I say,
me say obi call retirement and say obi fimu you can replace.
And I say obi fimu amano de sumina so then you can replace the person.
Yeah.
But pa say a president can select more than 19 Supreme Court judges at the same time there. Enya dia ABCA.
Okay.
Then there was a case about the tenure of the Chief Justice. Exactly. About the tenure of the Chief Justice. And also the government position is that 10 years. After 10 years, whoever the Chief Justice is should leave. And I say, would this 70 before the 10 years are now before Fraba. So that one too is in the position paper.
Obedi Yamfan is ABA Attorney General no by stroke of providence. Utimi beye MSC Attorney General Chief Justice no by stroke of providence by Chief Justice at age say 50.
Yes.
Not just say Odi 60 years it was so free ho.
Yes, so Odi so also retirement age it was so called even if you appointed me just 2 years before I would do retirement age so called. But say only that age now, then he will be in office or she will be in office for 10 years. After 10 years, maybe irrespective of your age, so that is a recommendation.
No. Obeko asin say obesen ba be Supreme Court Justice and also be free hokra.
Well, I think that has to be clarified.
We may have to clarify that.
He will no longer be
CJ. Yeah.
I think it is assumed to say after that he will go on retirement. Your friend say
Supreme Court Justice.
Chief Justice Bill. Supreme Court Justice. Yes. I think say.
Not just say Osakra or retirement.
Ethically, no, that would be the thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean it will be some way because exactly
it will be like a demotion basically.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, I say IGP.
But also
I mean I say IGP say what time soon as IGP and I say call retirement you cannot come back and become a COP.
No, you cannot.
I think it's the same way.
And then there was also a recommendation about the timing of presidential elections. I think and also the recommendation was that the first week of November.
Okay.
But of course the specific day that was not determined. I don't know. Electoral Commission will do that through their own administrative processes after consulting relevant stakeholders. But the idea was that at the end of November it gives enough time between the election and the transition.
Yes.
So that now some of the problems associated with short transition usually and then there's also one on presidential election petitions. I think in order that the experience from 2013 was that it took about 8 months to adjudicate the matter. Yes, Anna, it can leave a government hamstrung because then there's uncertainty. Say Nipa dedicates no abetia or not now an answer or and it can lead to problems in governance. The same definite dates and timelines have been put to this. Say the petition against the election of a president must be filed within 14 days of the declaration of the results. That is 2 weeks after the results are declared. And after, so the Electoral Commission is obliged to provide all election data as requested for by either the applicants and also the courts. So that one too is very clear here. Let me say the recommendation is not also. We will be publishing in the next few hours both the full report of the committee and government position paper. So most and for researchers, lawyers, and members of the general public, and then we can take the debate from there.
Yeah.
And in addition, also before me, Constitution
Review Implementation Committee.
It has to be both aisles of the political divide. For instance, we've specifically requested for membership from the minority.
Yeah.
I think Honorable Enyimedu.
Okay.
From the minority has been nominated by the minority. The majority will also bring a nominee, and then we'll get an eminent jurist to chair with other members. So that will be announced very shortly. But and then they will publish the committee's full report and then the position paper.
Me pacho, I mean one idea na nipa bebre na any edaso the proper decoupling of parliament from the executive. By that, say Emma president any minister be in free parliament. Was that part of the recommendations of the committee?
It was a recommendation. But the position of government is that there should be no compulsion. Say the president must appoint a certain number from parliament. So the president can choose. So I must say to appoint people from parliament. But also currently, the constitution says not more than half.
Not more than half, yes.
So that provision has been recommended to be removed.
Oh, okay.
But it does not say the president cannot appoint people from parliament. Because we have the view, say, a minister who is also a parliamentarian also has his merits in terms of helping with legislation and institutional memory. It is a you're in every was an a bit to me at your house, but and yet or say change or maintaining nipa dodo bi free parliament by ministers. That is what the position of government
the current the status quo na say only not more than half of the ministers from parliament no sisi ade ye no free ho.
Yeah, you no free ho. Yes, and yet there's no compulsion.
Okay.
But the president may
Opa only be in free parliament. Open so obetima yi ni ministers nyina from parliament.
Exactly, it depends on the president.
On the president, sure.
Because we believe there's ministers who are MPs bring some additional impetus to governance. But just that
but Felix, now when you say, I mean, this was an opportunity to really deal with this thing once and for all. I mean, some have argued say a proper checks and balances, which every democracy here. We should get a truly independent legislative arm. And Wayne presented us the opportunity to do this thing once and for all. I mean, the president outside parliament can get so many people from his party to be ministers.
Obi,
Honorable,
we do not agree, said that necessarily is a problem.
Okay.
So I must say.
Okay.
There are democracies in this world who are far more advanced, more complex than ours are. All members of government are members of parliament.
Yes. Asempa FM.
Like the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
The kind of democracy practiced in the United Kingdom is less advanced or less efficient than Yedi.
Yeah, but this is the parliamentary system of governance.
Yes, but the principle of the argument is that so be an MP or a minister and that there's no separation of powers. In Britain, there's separation of powers. The executive is separate from the legislature. But all their members of parliament, and I say, ministers as well are picked from parliament. And there are other jurisdictions like that around the world. So we don't agree with that narrative. We agree that tying the hands of the president, say a certain number for parliament, creates problems. And you're inflexible. So we should create flexibility. But having members of parliament who are ministers, in our view, does not undermine governance. And there are examples around the world that show. So we need to understand clearly what our position is. Our position is that the initial president, the ministers, free parliament, a certain number, have more than half, but the argument that in itself undermines governance, we do not agree.
Okay. I mean, the debate would continue when we get the full report. We can continue with the debate. But finally, on the recommendations, was there something on S. Gracia? Now, committee recommended then a buying supposition here.
Yes, sir. In fact, as far back as the 2020 elections campaign, when I say the current arrangement, there's a special committee set up to determine emolument. Any S. Garcia, any idea or to into Oba or the system. And in fact, the Constitutional Review Commission recommended that. In the government position paper, it is stated clearly, the Attorney General mentioned it today. Say, the arrangement, say, some company, a power emoluments committee, normally at the tail end of the tenure,
yes,
to determine the quality of service of Article 71. Article 71 also there's no obey if you so now you be independent emoluments committee. A best share obia or maybe so there's no exception, there's no dichotomy. And then it's a movie between members of government. I am from Article 71. Any afufra almost year juma buying asset. So that is clearly stated in the position paper.
Oh, okay. And now that's the way. And this committee, because mostly, the challenge we've had, and it's such committees are put together at the end of the president's term to determine how different will this one be? Will be a standing committee?
We're a permanent. We're a permanent committee, and they are independent from government. So they will determine the salaries and working conditions of all public servants. And yeah, Article 71 of the respect. It is merit based on objective factors and everything. So the name say Article 71 for not to and Omomunya Bibisu could be essing Omoya Benjamin.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ones that border on entrenched provisions, now I see a referendum. When is that going to be? This year.
Indeed, I tell you, say me yen kobo kadu do bia a chief we will time it together with this assembly's
elections. No?
Elections. I think they're supposed to take place sometime in the middle of next year. And to work to ensure that we'll do it on the same day so that near the so that we don't have to spend additional resources organizing separate referendum for constitutional amendment, especially those ones that are entrenched. But the end entrenched, it will go to Parliament.
Yeah, sure.
And you need
two-thirds majority to pass that. I mean, the entrenched one necessarily focus. No, what it means, let's say, a buying based on more convictions. No, would have to mobilize the Ghanaian people to vote in support of more positions. No, maybe.
Oh yes, I think we any buying pay. No problem. They said the clamor for constitutional amendment. No, a long-standing demand. Any buying we are paying so. Indeed, previous governments have tried. President Mills, President Mills, 2010.
Yes.
I think that there was some effort under President Akufo-Addo to also do the same thing. But I'm saying, Sabre na kwenya be mo ayetumi aye. And I will share the way things have gone. The consultations have been brought. Indeed, attending on the kind said the Constitution Review Committee, you know, they spoke to over 21,000 people.
Yes.
They spoke to about 500 experts. Almost received over 750 separate memoranda. Only 11 eminent Ghanaians, including all living past presidents, any other prominent former office holders.
Yes.
Yes. The Constitution Review Implementation Committee will have membership from both sides of the political divide and other sections of society. So everything that has happened shows bipartisanship. I believe that many of the recommendations have come from members of the public. And in fact, there's also another way, as you can watch them. The position paper accepts the proposal, say, Yema Ghana for to trigger constitutional amendments. Except that the Constitution Review Committee, say you need signatures from just 5% of the population. But I should say 10% so that now people don't abuse it, so that it doesn't become something that is very easy to do.
Oh, okay. And the citizens can now trigger constitutional amendments.
Say we should have constitutional amendments. You can mobilize around that cause. Yes, you need 10%
of the population.
Of Ghanaians, population to sign. A petition to trigger it. International war recommendations.
That's interesting. On MMDC elections,
Yes. And also Abanji to say all this is to be elected. In fact, the Constitution Review Committee recommended say only financially viable districts, any metropolitan and municipal assemblies. Just a baby, I'm going to say AMA, KMA.
STMA.
They persist some normal financial because I'm to make the idea of a cost row.
Yes.
And be a woman elected mayors, and I say this is an chief executive. But I used to say any standard to be discriminatory. As an ICA being made, as I say, this should be issuing to normal the amount and to almost waba. In Tabai say there should be elections for all MMDCs. So the president should nominate 5 people. Now, Yatu almost waba.
Oh, President now by nomination of 5 people.
5 people, 3 of them will be shortlisted, including at least 1 woman. And then they'll be presented for elections at the district assembly level.
At the district assembly level. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. And see, the other one here, I don't know, on the autonomy of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, did government agree to like a proper independent OSP? And I'm if we say still the mandate given the Attorney General in under Article 88, should still remain. Now, OSP should not be that like independent. It was a Attorney General so. Is that what government agreed to?
Oh, I think there's been a
decision
Supreme
of the
Court pronouncement.
Yes.
So we government agrees with the Supreme Court pronouncement.
Okay, you agree with that?
I think yesterday or the day before.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
I need a yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, even before the tribunal bill be called parliament, na committee aye recommendations be on the tribunal. What did the committee say? Na abiding supposition den?
I think they were calling for an abolition of the tribunal.
So you need free okra.
Yeah, but we disagree.
Really?
And in fact, there's a law that has been passed by Parliament to that effect. You see, most of the arguments against tribunal, when you say scaremongering, in order to discourage the setting of the tribunal. Say, under PMDs, which was a military regime,
yes,
there were abuses. We cannot have tribunals. In my personal view, I have not heard one sound argument against the tribunal. Legal arguments. All scaremongering. The current court system as set up has resulted in abuses of amount of rights. Even in the most advanced judicial jurisdictions, courts have sentenced people to death at Yokumwa.
Yes.
There have been many instances that people have been sentenced to lengthy prison terms, only for it to be realized decades later. So, abuses by courts cannot be a reason why you cannot expand the scope of justice delivery. Obi, in this Fourth Republic, there have been many court verdicts that people have vehemently disagreed with and condemned as amounting to abusing the rights of citizens. There has been a court that has, there's a court ruling now, birth certificate, cannot identify where Obi comes from.
Yes.
Obi may birth certificates, media also, on my media also, I actually be a yet there's a ruling say that information is inadequate to determine who or the nationality of Akalaya owner. A court ruled that way. We disagreed. We disagreed and railed against the court. But it is law. But we cannot say that because of that clearly unjustifiable ruling, we should do away with the court system. And under the Fourth Republic, there have been human rights violations. In fact, I think the biggest of them was that the former chairman of the PNC in the Northern region, 2005 elections, or aligning with the NDC, a company, NPP, right after the elections, he was accused of something. I thought that for the chair, barracks, he was mutilated, tortured to death under a civilian democratic government. Yet, we cannot say that because of assembly, we should do away with the current justice system. There have been many instances, in fact, judges have actually been punished for ruling a certain way in their courts. One of them was the judge who sat on the Upuni movement, is it Divovo, or say the case should be started afresh.
Yeah, trial de novo. Trial de novo, yes.
And then 2 or 3 weeks after that judge he suffered punitive transfer. Meanwhile, he had only been brought about a month or so from Winneba to sit on that case. Look, there are instances, we have been told under this court system, said because a judge has held somebody in contempt, he is likely to be biased. Yes, son. I criticize that as amounting to interference in justice delivery. But I don't think that it is basis enough to say the court system should be done away with. So all that scaremongering against tribunal, it is baseless. Simply because under a military dispensation, and every course, does not mean that we cannot use a method, a bebuama, atemua, ayawado. We are the same people who complain. Say, case is kokota, a chadodo. Indeed, one of the attacks against oral is that the pace of justice is slow.
Yes.
So if an attempt is made to speed up the course of justice delivery, on what basis do you say no, in an officer of no, so we disagree vehemently with those claims. As I have said, all the claims have verged on scaremongering. Tribunals, the courts in Ghana's history have done things that ain't Obi. And I think that you would agree with me, sir. There are several cases you can cite that show that.
I agree. But, Felix, my point would be, sir, the courts operate with rules. in the traditional court, there were rules of court, High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, the tribunal, now I'm told, will run with Act 30, which is the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, and you be used to at the tribunal. If that is so, if that is so, then why do we need the tribunals, really? Why don't we rather build more high court, appoint more judges, and then cases ne enko clutter in few courts?
It is the same thing. You have said that the tribunals are not going to operate on their own whim and caprice. They are going to operate on the basis of the law.
Yes.
The tribunal system will still operate under the auspices of the judiciary of Ghana. They won't operate under the auspices of parliament and our executive.
Yeah, that's true.
So then what is the issue? They will be supervised by the judiciary of Ghana. There's an appellate system. What can I say? Who's to say tribunal you go to a higher body. So what is the basis for the apprehension? They are making it and say, hey, you're just scaremongering. Most of it politically motivated. Because some of those who are making those politically motivated claims, under their jurisdiction, they are watching, there were human rights violations. And under a democratic government, elements who were wearing masks at the remote with no provocation. Didn't it happen? Was it not a violation of people's rights? Among war, emperor, a woman. So I need to know we should throw away the court system. I don't think that argument is valid. The tribunals will operate in accordance with law. There are strict rules and guidelines on how tribunals know every juma. So it's not like say we'll be tribunal. No, that's not what is going to happen.
No, if Act 30 they will operate to order, you go through the procedure set out in the Act. But
absolutely.
So you are not worried.
The tribunals are going to operate according to law.
Of course. But you are not worried, sir, there would not be a judge, properly so-called. This time, a chairman who is a lawyer and two ordinary Ghanaians. You are not worried about that because those judges are trained specifically to be judges.
On adjudicated matters. In any event, Ghana has there's room for trial by jury. And who is a jury other than ordinary citizens plucked from the street to come and sit on a case? They are the ones who determine whether the person is guilty or innocent.
Yeah, but as practitioners, we have issues with the jury system.
But it is written. I have not heard anybody say that should be removed from our system. Where we ourselves learned how to construct the judicial system from, there's trial by jury.
Yeah.
Yes. There's trial by jury. And jury, only a lay persons.
Yes.
Normal individuals like you and myself.
Yes.
I am from Osei. Bra, na beti asemina shese. Nipa no difu anase odibim. Na fatuga. What they do is that they get the guidance from a judge based on what the law is and all that. So there's a lawyer who knows the law. And in any event, Judge Ben or Ghana ha on your law practice move.
Yeah, judge be a lawyer first.
Everybody, you have to be a lawyer. Me drink for a judge because I'm not a lawyer under the current system.
Yes.
So the fact that lay people will participate in it does not mean that they will not be guided, and I said they will not go through due process. And then there's an appellate system. Who can I say? Who's to say you know you go to a higher body.
You can go out. Sure.
So whilst there's room for expression of concern, most of it is based on politics. Scaremongering. I also argue under our legal system.
Yeah.
Most of it very glaring, very abusive of the rights. Three cases. When you say the owner, radio station, he didn't even know who was coming on his radio station. Assembly, this old man was summoned to court. Man, just 10 minutes will be to defend himself. Every sentence or a judge shut him down in court, and then he was convicted and fined. I don't think that meets the standard of law. Bobby, in my view.
Yeah.
Who to me will be 10 minutes, some really 10 minutes after you accuse him of a crime. Asempa on come with you, or in fact, Satanoka, not on Tiapo. What was fine if you see a big now, 10 minutes, so you know one. And on that basis, you convicted him and fined him. Yet we are supposed to accept it. And this is the normal court system. I mean, once again, and only acceptable. People think it's great. There were people here in this country who almost say somebody like that had been punished for a crime that he did not commit, except that the judge say, and I judge say, or not, but look at the process. Just 10 minutes. Defend yourself. And it has happened in many cases in this country. So why are we scaremongering when it comes to tribunals? And then they see another Fourth Republic that makes a tribunal scary.
Very well. Felix, I mean, the debate on the committee report and the buying position paper no would continue. I said, Wakamube publisher me in I came. This morning, all prepare to host the Attorney General Ewo Jubilee House Ewo media briefing. No, the Court of Appeal delivered a judgment on Sedinam Tamaklo. Mijini said Osei and San amo starting a press conference. No, when news broke, no, how did you receive it? Net was I what is court no quit discharge no.
The position of government on Asempa was expressed by the Attorney General in court. Indeed, many of the responses have been misdirected. You know what? You see, one of the things is you see on my way, and it's a in the analysis of issues that come. In Peninka say, there's no basis, absolutely none, not one, a zero basis to blame government for anything that the appeals court has done. But my sister, I'm for air cancer condemning government. But let me repeat, there's no basis for that.
Really?
What is the basis for accusing government, Obi? If an appeals court makes a ruling, how do you blame government? You are the trained lawyer, can't tell me. No, you tell me.
No, sir. On the things that happen behind the scenes, people may know.
What things have happened, Obi? What things have happened?
No, I'm not saying something has happened behind the scenes. I'm saying if something happens behind the scenes, that people will not know.
No, Obi. So catch me. What has happened behind the scenes? Say it publicly. What has happened behind the scenes? And then you see behind the scenes.
What is public now is that the Court of Appeal has ruled, acquitting and discharging.
So who ruled? Who ruled?
The Court of Appeal.
So who answers for the Court of Appeal's ruling?
The judiciary, of course.
So what is the basis for attacking government? So, you see, we must avoid the emotive responses. Facts were where you avoid the emotive responses. Why? Obi, another question. Was it not the judiciary of Ghana, represented by the High Court, that sentenced
Sedinam? Yes.
Almost yes, our sentence, no. Why the case Akufo Addo sentence Sedina? And as MPP are buying a sentence Sedina. So how is it that when the High Court, the same judiciary, a committee will be a Asempa, but the same judiciary can say Yeja will be a Asemboni? How do we reconcile these two positions? The point is that in 2024, I think April,
yes,
High Court, a committee said now, and of sentencing to 10 years.
10 years. Sure.
I think a month after that, 9th May 2024, 2 clear years ago, and I said in an appeal sentence. Because Attorney General, this has no court, no, Ofiabemu, January 2025, and Attorney General for buy. Attorney General for buy, no, oppose a year appeal now, said in the court.
Yes.
And appeals court SSA date for judgment. And no more a ruling. Attorney General Babontia Bekase, He disagrees with the ruling. He believes that the High Court judgment, was sound and had merit. And he will do two things. He will file for a stay of execution, and then he will appeal.
Appeal, sure.
Obi, what else is there to do at Abanye? And what would be the basis for attacking government for this ruling? How does government bear responsibility for an appeals court ruling?
And I get the sense you vehemently disagree with Omoa Ekase, and I've read posts from some CSO players because this is not good for the optics.
Obi, let me address the issue of optics.
Yes.
Why? The court of Ghana, or for that matter, the court of any other jurisdiction in this world, do they convict people for optics? And do they free people for optics? When Sedi was convicted, was it for optics?
No.
And how can we argue, say, because of optics, so obi differ, and my young too, and as obi deep more, young too. So that optics argument does not agree. With the greatest, but it's an emotional argument, not a logical one. The judicial system is set up to ensure, say, nipa a differ pet any domatu if yasi. An idea on the two if yasi. Because a human institution, the mistakes can be made, so as I say.
Yes.
So nipa na the two if yasi no. So if you say you didn't need year, and man who can say or appeal. Or appeal, two things can happen. Either say the initial rule judgment of the court will be upheld. And I say, so one of two outcomes. One outcome has come out today. So what can say optics are? What is optics? So because of optics, I should come and block you and put you in prison, so that I will satisfy public opinion. You and I know, and you are the practicing lawyer. Courts don't deal with public opinion. They don't. And they deal only with what they believe to be the facts. In fact, even appeals court ruling, you can go higher than that.
Yes.
And Obi, in this country's history, there have been many appeals court decisions that have overturned high court decisions. In fact, at 2014, it was under the MPP in appeals court overturning a
high court decision.
Submission of no case ruling in a high court here.
Yes.
So if the same appeals court takes another decision, doesn't matter which government is in power. And how does the government of the day bear that responsibility? What is the basis for it?
Yeah, but Felix, when you look at how things happen, look at the scenario. This is someone who was standing trial or jampi bail. The trial ne also in absentia. Wa mama aban SSI. Aban SSI extradition so Emma Obai. Oba Ghana. There were issues. I mean, minority raising issues, or only prison, or that daibimu only prison, or prison. Abide by Ebe established clearly say, or prison. About 51 days of her coming back into Ghana, Court of Appeal discharges and acquit her. I mean, how the chronology of events, may lead people to make the claims Ebimu make it here.
Obi, it is a bogus position to take. First of all, time Ben said na jumping bill.
That should be in 2022, thereabout.
2022, na abandon the Konyaso.
MPP.
So does the NDC bear blame for setting a jumping bill?
No.
Number two, so you are aware, so it was the MPP government that filed for extradition.
Yes.
They filed the extradition in 2024. So the 2 years Nana said who was to blame for the delay in filing for extradition? And then, because they had already filed for extradition, there was nothing else for the NDC government to do to wait for the Americans to effect it.
Yes.
And I said the buyer, Chedi is in prison. Up until this ruling, she was in prison. Not one nephew. The claims about Bonsu say, or the few, yes, no, I have not, I have some, is a blatant lie. I came out publicly to debunk that. And it is not true. Number two, Obi, appeal now said, no, the ban of Hale.
From the records, I think May 2024, as you said earlier.
If May 2024, no, can you say a NDC person of file appeal now? Okay, maybe so. Someone will be the issue of chronology.
Oh no, I mean, sir, based on the dates.
And then number 2, which body sets the dates for judgment?
The judiciary.
If the AN is set dates for judgment now. Toby, answer me.
No,
you are the one who has raised
it. No, it cannot be NDC.
So why then do you speak about chronology of events? How? The NDC was not responsible for Sedina jumping bill. That fact must be established. So if we are not responsible for Sedina's jumping bill, how can we be blamed for her jumping bill? In any event, the day Obagana or the sentence started from that day. So that resolves the issue of the absence of the jurisdiction.
Yes.
So up until this appeal, she was going to serve the 10 years, starting from the day I occurred prison. So whether she was here or not before the convention, it's immaterial in terms of the punishment that the state was exacting against her. So how do you tie the NDC with this? Is it make us emotional? It is not logical. So there's no basis. It is completely baseless. And you see, we must refrain from that kind of conduct.
Yeah, but
you cannot blame Obia on your bonnet for it. Unless you are suggesting, says you see, a president of appeals court, how they should govern. Do you have any evidence of any form of government interference in this?
Yeah, but Felix,
That is not the old man. That is not chance. Do you know when they were appointed?
No, I may have to check.
They were appointed under President Akufo-Addo.
All the 3?
Yes.
You are saying that for a fact?
That is what I know. So I've set out the scenario for you. So on what basis are you accusing the NDC? And now Obi claiming say they are angry at government. How does government bear responsibility for it?
Felix.
And Obi, is it the first time in our history appeals court has overturned the High Court ruling? In fact, what kind of case no? It was overturned. It was a very controversial, high-profile case, but the appeals court overturned it. And their decision stands until it is reversed by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but Felix, I'm wondering if this is a position you've held over the years, because I recall.
Why did I hold a contrary? On what basis would I hold a contrary position?
Hold on. On and I'll give you an example. Kaisa, when the Atofos and Samne Koswa at the High Court and all of that. I mean, we interviews over interviews. I mean, and just not you. I mean, communicators of your party in opposition there, blamed the Akufo-Addo administration for some decisions and they free in court ever.
No, I see. In my view, the Atofos case was one of the most useless cases I mean. So I reserve the right to criticize the decision to prosecute. So I can say. But government's role ends with prosecution. Hello, did you hear me say the judge who sat on that case and after the appeals court in that case, no, I criticized Governor Dami for taking a bad case to court. I stand by it today, I stand by it tomorrow. Obi, I have criticized the judiciary before. I have criticized them on their handling of the birth certificate, have I not? I have said that so publicly. I have criticized them for their handling of the Muntie case. I stand by it. But how do you say the scenario I have set out, President Mahama should be blamed? How? Did President Mahama facilitate Sedina's exit from Ghana in 2022? One and what should you say about Ghana as in fact, it was even the court that granted Sedina the leave to travel in the first place.
Yes.
So how does the NDC come in that? And have we not followed through the tradition to bring her back home? Was she not serving her prison sentence as of the time of this judgment? And indeed, the appeal does it not long predate this government? So what is the basis for that purported anger? Say NDC about body.
Yeah, but sir, one of the reasons why some members of the NDC have never forgiven somebody like President Kufuor was because of Chachuche Kata. I mean, there were allegations all over the place. Kofo and panel judges just to get Chachuche Kata in prison. Where was the principle you are espousing today?
It doesn't drive what you are saying.
I didn't hear.
You are claiming that there are opinions on social media and that they are angry. So I've said, maybe this is a series of questions. All of them you've answered in the affirmative.
No, this is related to you saying I'm for blaming the government for what has happened today.
Is it Obi? And so in some way,
I didn't hear.
Why are you telling me, say, there's a nexus between Chachuche and anyway? In Chachuche's case, or court, no date had been set for the judgment. That or court, nobody had been notified that there will be judgment that day. In fact, the president of the GBA at the time himself raised issue with that.
Asempa FM.
Mm-hmm. But you are, so what are you alleging? Is that what you are suggesting?
No, I'm saying.
So then what is the issue?
People blaming president and the executive for decisions from our court on political issues. No,
and
they didn't start today.
There's no basis for what they are saying. What is the basis for it? Catch me. I've set out the scenario for you. My counsel in natural. Which of them can the NDC be faulted for? Which of catch me? And they should finish us with the basis. You see, as a giant Ghana.
Very well.
An appeal, a process has been undertaken.
Mm-hmm.
You see, a year Abain did not defend the state against the appealer. Then you have a problem.
Sure.
And I'm aware.
Sure.
First of all, people have not even read the judgment. No, but I'm not going reading one sentence of the judgment. They've not even seen what the state said. And yet you are saying, Abain should be blamed. How can you engage in misplaced anger? Say, why would I be justified to do so? What will be the basis for it? Is it criticizing the court is allowed? So criticize the court.
Yes.
Why? There was a judge who recently went to pick some judgment from, I think, or offensive view from Wikipedia. These people not criticize and ridicule him.
Yeah.
Can you blame government? I think government Wikipedia when it on here. Recently, judge now, say Abronye was not equal before the law like others. Was he not roundly condemned? Yeah. So that is done. Condemning judges, criticizing judgments, is that. But I'm saying, any claim, say Abain bears responsibility in this matter is baseless. And that must be placed on record.
Very well. Felix, my say, he said the Attorney General promised, you have a appeal, and then we
yes, and the Attorney General has even gone the step to tell you what, in fact, and he was clear. So he believes that the original High Court judge had merit. That is the position of that. In fact, that is actually the position of government. Trust my face. That is the position of government. The appeals court in
you don't.
But you know, whether you agree with the appeals court or not, their ruling stands until it is overturned by a higher body.
That's true.
That is the position of the law.
That's true.
And Obi, as for court judgments that we disagree with there, it will not end today. It will not end tomorrow. It's not the first time a month for any court in Yadin. It will not be the last time. But nobody has a right to peddle on truth and falsehood about government in this matter.
And this
simply because we are citizens.
The outcome today will not deal a blow to the fight, the oral fight.
How does it deal a blow to the fight against corruption? Obi, is it the first time in Ghana's history? Under President Mills, almost every MPP person taken to court was acquitted by the court.
Mm-hmm.
Did it deal a blow to the fight against corruption? Did it stop us from pursuing corrupt people? Right, Edwin Jima, I think he was the MD of Merchant Bank,
mm-hmm.
Not a MPP. He was taken to court for causing financial loss to the state in some rice importation matter. He was acquitted by the court under an NDC government. In fact, was it not under an NDC government? Then also forcing High Court, appeals court is free, no?
Yes.
So is it the first time appeals court Omega Ubia Yebuano for an court? So if it is acceptable, say appeals court will free at forcing under an NPP government. Why is it a problem? And is it because of the NDC? So we are NDC here. Just because we are buying what So we need for crying for 1 2 years. Is that the logic we are espousing?
Felix, my
and the reason for that cannot be that previous court judgments have been criticized. Criticize the court by all means, but don't tell a lie about government and NDC in this matter, because NDC may be was acting with. The facts are very clear. There are many people who don't know. If you know to said Naba or finally appeal. But you and I know that Assembly no correct. She filed this appeal 2 years ago, 2 clear years ago, and yet it's a woman of starting the sentence, and change. But that has nothing to do with the appeal. And indeed, it was not the fault of NDC. It was the court that was trying her. And a man and this is about what, 4 years ago, Meboa.
That's true.
If it was 2 clear years and not 3 clear years before the NDP left power. So they could have taken any step they wanted to bring her back. Process now completely. How do you then fault us for her absence from Ghana? Indeed, it was the same NDP government. I say, and I can offer a few on the 4th January 2025. As I speak to you, we are engaged in processes to seek his extradition. Have we not done so? So we have done the same thing that we are doing against Kenufrata, against Sedina. So on what basis does anybody seek to blame government? Especially when even the judgment, Obiankai, you've not even found the basis upon which the court arrived at that decision, and yet you are blaming government. It is patently false.
Very well.
No, we should not encourage that kind of conjecture. And then say, in the past, court judgments were criticizing. It is not a reason to say something that is not true. It's as simple as that.
Felix, I appreciate your time. Bibiani ebese ba bedin komobio. Why? Yeah, that's a Felix Kwatio Fosu Ekasa Emma Abain, or a government communications minister and spokesperson to the President of the Republic of Ghana, and Amotezi Eneno AD and Komo. I don't know what you think. You can share your thoughts with us. 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. And you won't come up na Edinti and Felix. I will be speaking to a former Deputy Attorney General under whose watch this whole trial began. I mean, the trial of Sedinam Atuno Tamaklo. Yaneno Ebedin Komo. The new Patriotic Party General Secretary issued statement on this particular matter. Yaniononsu Ebedi and Komo. And then we take you to Parliament. Obekaya MPs now on the minority side, a press conference in Parliament. Alleged and say, more information at Sedinam Tamaklo any prison. Afe na abaya na dwen sa ode na ekọ bo mo na agree say on the onkoda prison kakrombe pekwan bi na omu eyi na frifia say ensem no kokoye bebre ye ne minority for nso ebedi nkomo e was ansem we nyina eho and you just have to stay tuned. O messages na February 0548 443 523. Now answer na mede the rest of the interviews na ebe bremo no mamini and komo away one of the nation's leading men of God, founder and leader of Parliament Chapel International, Apostle Francis Amwakwata Abekansa Ewo studio ha. Barely a week from today, obedient the birthday. Now he will be 62 years on the 7th of August. And we ain't just a birthday celebration. He's doing something very, very, very impactful. On his birthday, he is launching a book. Now, on that book, Yaneno Babidi and Komo, and then 62 years of a purposeful life, 62 years of wisdom, 62 years of prophetic impact. Yaneno Ebedi and Komo, so that he tells us about his life, about this book, and what we are to expect on his birthday, God willing, next week. Asempa FM, so ni Ekosiisen saying, and our Sugusua Utieno. Yanini wie pepe pa, yade, yankoma yanini ebedino, ebebremo. Ehaya Asempa 94.7 FM. Intimunsha nenson, emfa emaye. Apostle, akwaba wapomu yade.
Nyame adum ama promo ye.
Yeah, Nyame.
Na also
adum ye and crying kakra. Parliament chapel ye boko.
Nyame adum ho ye boko.
Yeah. I mean, next man will be 62 years.
Nyame adum 62 years.
Wow.
Yeah, ochina week.
On the
7th.
62.
Yeah.
Hey, Akobio.
Yeah, good so.
Okay. Inti ya wo hen e wo Ghana.
Me bununi.
Oh, we bununi.
Ma me papa nyina ya bunufo.
Oh, mufri bunu kroben so.
Asi brekum achi.
Brekum achi. Oh. Okay.
Yes,
ya ma me no papa nyina fi kro ba ko.
Yeah, ben Asempa.
Okay. It unyi wo ho ana ya nwo wo ho. Ya ho na ofi ba ya nwo wo.
Ya wo mi wo ho ba ma hyeda nyine wo.
Nyine wo. Oh, okay. It hin na wotena che pa.
Ba bia ma betina che ya kra.
Ene ye mpanyin brace na nkola brem na
17 years na me ofa be fa me call Libya from Libya to Italy and back me dura kra na.
Uko Libya.
Yeah, me call Libya.
Ufa streso.
There be mo fa be fa me fa.
Odi ufa wi.
No fa streso no do no nya working visa.
Oh.
No be fa me.
Obe fa odi ufa wi. In the one rest you no bre.
Ma rest you no bre.
Edi ufi Libya no o chance na uko Italy no.
2-3 years and I'm me call company de me call Italy.
Uche we Italy.
Italy me di 2 years.
Oh. Okay. And I'll sign back Ghana.
From Italy and back Ghana. Na me say back na ko Canada. No my Dan Hosra.
At the time you na adomne mai.
Na me sakra mpo. Na me fa urade.
Oh. Wow. It is Osaka we answer na adomno eba.
Yeah.
It at what point now who say the gift of prophecy?
Dear semi many shemachia as matter of fact because na men sakra yentina men yet I won't emphasize it.
Yeah.
But trust me say me nana tete me.
Okay.
To semi da asona say nana Mami, die we na maso. And I deal with na who we want. Medofo. Believe me on me.
Oh.
Seriously.
Even dreams, no.
We are not too serious. Me yabo friend na.
Wow.
Yeah, you can come by. Jimina nana or family diago no me and puma. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, in the Sisiana, you are now well vexed in the prophetic ministry, no. Still also or revelation in you true dreams and
Debbie. Say but that time no. And no Paul say me yabo friend na.
Yes, abofra.
And at that time na wunni. Yeah. Don't forget say time one Joseph Isano onyame man dream. Onya true dreams and onya dream beam. But now, the Akanyina no, the prophetic intelligence and the revelations. And now, one thing about God, and say, who master sees so and Zanyamia Shebere. No, who now con wako cra. Uko krase me pesa meko. Okay, obedient na pesa okay. Dienya nne na wo baba ye, wo krase wo baba ye. Until God showed you your end from your beginning. No, I can't just say then.
Yeah.
Start it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. In the Siciliano, the revelations come to you through them. You hear the voice of God, dreams, and answer. I mean, how does it come to you? But yeah, many prophet be a ding come. It's a question I ask. I because I say me wo empire back one me tie boy me bomb empire and me mammy sir. I just want to appreciate how do you hear from God?
Prophets are born one day, but prophets are not sent overnight. The prophetic office, those who are born prophet. I was born to see. I was born to prophesy. And to be and say, I don't struggle when it comes to say, when it comes to say, I don't struggle. I don't struggle at all until I was born. Those who are born to prophesy. And those who are don't say go, so then they receive it. Elijah was born a prophet, but Elisha was impart the prophetic grace.
But I mean, Paul had drawn a distinction between
the fruits of the spirit and the gift of the spirit. In the fruit of the spirit, no, because the spirit there, when you are born again, the new you, the new spirit, and yankopon de eto so no, you know, share patience about you cherry, share, you know, long suffering, and it's are the fruits of the spirit. Sure. But then the gift of the spirit, no. Prophecy, Nyansasemka, and it's how would somebody then be born with the gift of prophecy? Because say ya wowa usa, e was wunya konkron ba usuya na fe the gift of the spirit no will follow. But say ya wowa wuni konkron, and I would any different. Oh, okay. Okay.
All the major prophet. That is how we are. Every major prophet is born to prophesy. In the Old Testament, but there were prophets.
Yeah, there were prophets, sure.
Isaiah,
Jeremiah.
They were all prophets. They were all prophets. Yeah. Until you're calling. You were called into because you were wired. And you know what class I will baby. The American what I say. Now imagine, Mammy found Moses, my man and papa, a woman, Miriam and a D kind. And Aaron at all, you know. Before Moses, why would God not choose Miriam or Aaron? But Moses, because he was wired to do that job. At the point in time, you see, Moses said, every year so many powerful because eternity before time, you were wired. Meeting, this is the job you are going to do. Yeah.
Your purpose on earth, no.
Yeah. Until now, Jesus said, I pray to say, meet me. No, I am born to die. I am a dead man. Until this is my job. Until you must know your assignment here on earth. Sure. So when you know your assignment, and it said you get trained to it. You mature to it. The American what I say. And no near dia here. No na American one. Ya na a problem.
No eba.
Yeah. Man a prophetic. You know. Young who say. You need one officer. We have 12 prophetic offices. Yeah, offices. Woman di kan pa no Moses Elijah no omo face to face prophet. And only face office, face to face. Exodus chapter 11. Exodus chapter 33 verse 11. Bible says na Moses eni nyankopon edi nhwe animu e kasa se obi nadamfo nti e face to face.
Omo the upper level.
The upper level no. The second level no the CS ye no ye de no. The CS. You know, from there, no, then you move to the presidential and then national, then international. The American all the way to local church prophet. Now, problem I say, obi your local church prophet. No, what net in so. Or international prophet overnight. That is the problem you're having now. But say this is our area. This is what you are going to do.
Specialize. You focus.
You focus. Nothing. You are moving on.
Wow, that's powerful. That's powerful. I mean, I wish I were more time to delve deeper. But one thing I'm say me who and say, I mean, Obi Ebedi ne birthday. I mean, 62 years, a milestone. Nanka say to be about. So for more quanta, I mean, obey your party, obey celebrity, or donation be our choir. But it seems that you are moving to a legacy phase. As a obey say would jabi be a uni hokra man for the body. Is that the case?
Yeah, is that the case? Is that the case? Is that the case? Because yes, buy one children, but you are two baby at your fan. Yes, buy one children book that, but all the books is about him. And now I'm Magana. You understand what I say? And imagine 2,000 years ago, imagine if nothing was written about him. And all the religion, all the way from Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All of them are religion of books. Until any Dimbia you quote from a religion of Buntitambiano, Yatribito, Nieguso Churo, because it's face based. Anything that is face based without written it, a baby, no, now you be. And you know, my main call, no, I do 62, no. Matinasi who said, no, something is getting wrong in the atmosphere when it comes to the nation-wide, when it comes to the religion, organized religion. No, and you're baby in Koye. And I'm so passionate when it comes to my nation. I'm so passionate to be an enemy. So passionate. When it comes to the nation, I'm so proud to be a Ghanaian. I don't want to be an American. No. I don't want to be anything. I want to be a Ghanaian. Yes. I am one
assignment near Ghana.
And I am one of the gatekeepers. And to be Koswa, I was making sure. Na annoying a medium one man voice. I was a yetimi now, but under any nano. Your party, your co here, your buy, winning the amma, donation. But then the empress me focus on say you was 69 years. Next year, no my way, and 70 years. Bible the cry no, there was 70s a womb. Then you see why until me face me book with the Ghana, why Ghana has delayed.
Oh, in the book now be launched on the 7th of August. Title, Why Ghana has delayed.
Lesson from Israelite.
Wow.
Yet here you some Abraham Yame, you some Isaac Yame, and you some Jacob Yame, and an Asifo. Into DNS you see through more. What caused them delayed 40 years on the desert? You the 2 months. You must say America you start here, then I draw you back.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's really interesting. Sure.
America, you started here as Ghana, no. DNC along the way, you fed your fusus 69 years as you Jafako. You 2 and a month back, Yanima,
a 2 Bemi and Samba, you 2
dupo, near 2 back, near 210. 1 forward, 10 backwards. Something is wrong somewhere, and therefore we must go back to the life manual, and that is the Bible.
The Bible.
Genesis chapter 15. And then Yami Kokanche Abraham said, verse 13. I say, no, for sure, for it's a surety. Was it for Bayonkwa? I will my woman him so. Yami must specific date 400 years.
Yes.
That is the first slavery of the humanity. 400 years. Bayonkwa. No movie Yamababe you. Yenso yebenya
transatlantic
slave trade. Yes. Yenso 400 years. Into the Bible that is the first trade. Israel for the first slavery. First slavery no. It was a physical abuse. Yenananum was a physical abuse. Then Israel for second slavery. Second slavery was not a physical abuse. Israel for second slavery was a mental slavery. Can I go deeper?
Go deeper. And that be as a man for ento book now. For to book now for kind of now.
Now it's my man for with show.
Sure.
It is second slavery First slavery na school ni ho nipa ba ko pe ntina bienti a metwiri Ghana nya semita metwiri book we no nipa ba ko pe ene ko school na ne ko school no odifo on mendi no 30 years ebeto so because kan Acts chapter 7 verse 22 was Moses was educated. So go make sure say the leader must be educated. And we educated, we have problem of free ho na oma kanyina. There was no education. It took them 30 bad years.
Wow.
Extra. Second slavery, thank God there was a Daniel. Then the slave masters gave them education. I brought from slavery. No man on this school bre. Until Daniel they gave them education. Until Daniel chapter 1 verse 3, they gave them education, they gave them their food, they gave them their name. They gave them their education, they gave them the Francis.
Wow.
And they gave them the education, gave them education. Momunsia, Kadia Focasa, and Moma Diane. and again an impe fufu gan an impe nkontom
fom
gan an impe yempe duane emba ne ma ye nananum nyini che ye no so yempe to safe yempe nkoda ya be obi ampe ye be pizza so you take away and they are taking us easily.
They are taking us away.
So it was a mental slavery. But then by the grace of God, Daniel chapter 9 verse 2, Daniel said, I understand it by books. Wunim bibi, but transi di ntiamani abre, and he said, matrasi who said the reason why momo breso any nebreso mo breso no na school moko school na me man class 1 de. I did not get opportunity for class 1 than neither formal or informal. Obi me be any. Yeah.
Untina school them da. Wow.
Me don't what you say. It momo time no na mokosua mokotwere exams ya. Ye ntwetwe atwam sei. And then I said, "You're the class item. Debia yetwam. Na nipa ye frustrated. There na ekoso because momo time no the discipline was so much. Now there's no discipline. A baby and nipa is discipline. The only thing that causes people to be disciplined is reading. Broni atenase who say nipa bibini. Opeso di BBC na
fashion book.
And na atenase ya manaka. The reason why Papa J number so call back na kufo number so na atemni die ni politics nim atemni die ni social media nde dia na buy. We have people you see now we have a generation who are more interested about smartness instead of intelligence. But it is the book that make you intelligent. Because you see, your brain is like a muscle. The more you read, the more you
stretch.
Hallelujah. And Timothy said, no, they didn't again catch. So Ghana catch here. Say the two is enough for the one. Ebenya solution. That is the first book.
And you launch. Okay, 7 Robert launch books me, you know. Why Ghana has delayed.
First book, Lessons from Israelites.
Lessons from the Israelites. And second book there.
9 things God never promised anybody.
9 things.
God never.
Nyame anse obi abo.
Bisi ne won share from Eden. Nyame nshare ho boda. O nshare bo so da. And international politicians no, Bobby ho share mo ntimi. O you never and you can fulfill. Because nyame obo no kura am promise. Na odi mdiga ko promise.
That would be an interesting book. 9 things and Yankopon promise you obi abo.
Nshare obi abo. Yeah. Na eno nya dia ye hu ye. We will continue to preach this sugar-coated gospel until we do baby so many people if they find it difficult to go to church, it's like your promise receive one of I am tired. I don't know why. I don't know one. But there are things God himself he never promised. Until the full promise so for you until best day nipa no I am matured. Yeah, so these are the 2 most important books.
I can't wait. In the 7th August and Jumedian Airbaso or Asori Parliament Chapel International.
Yeah, Doko official town.
Yes.
I want everybody. And I want everybody.
And are you open to be betima baby?
You see, that is why me person me jai and because me be diko and but get some. You see, here quite by anything can happen at any day. The wisdom, the knowledge, Bible can say and come shebegu. Obi en one no one dey Jesus. Okay, so I'm trying to be guy. Yeah. Olivier can what and come shebegu and so adi in betwem. But asem no
entwem da.
Asem no entwem da. Enti nyansa me dia na obi aman ko school da. Na nyansa nyame dia ma me dia na me kira brofo ade. Me kira brofo ade. Na we nyina say if I don't put it down, na china nkwada ya ba befa e de atoa so a. You see the problem your generation ehun ye. Odifo no more they have to know. And say Ghana, you see we are yet the black man and the black community is yet to know say success is not a destination. Success is a journey.
It's true.
No, until they know say success is a journey, they will not be disciplined. Until nipa ni nya bibi kakra bi no ye 24.
It's reminded
no aka.
Okay, your money cham so.
Gabi your money cham so. Your money chance because why is successful until mo bianca nasem no discipline nothing no asati benechi instead of say obekonanim. Look around the whole world and watch around. See the black community and the white community, and you know the difference.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I know following your ministry, I mean, him say, I saw Funky Twabi Braina Fawunsema. Ebine said you are one of your junior pastors. Good. And the Asofo Bebrena found one mentor Bebrena
thousands.
If you look at the state of ministry and anytime a momo say as a young minister now, in some way saying what's the difference?
The difference take away no.
Why is it as Asofo Nketwana are not prepared to go through the process?
That is
easy life, no soft life, not doors.
It's easy life, soft life.
The
reason that because they don't read. The problem for the church, the nation, black man is because reading is going down. The more reading is going down, the more nipa dwene air light. Nipa dwene air light and nipa air weak, because the day you stop learning, you start down.
Yeah. Wow.
Then I made the Bible mine. Or the Bible mine and say, the Kai 1990 sacred and Bible. You will read your Bible before you sleep. The more you read, now I shape you. And then when you pay that, you phones or not. And any party has on them. No,
or yeah, TikTok.
Or yeah, TikTok. On cancel or back on can you? Them can what I say. Until you pay a question on Fababro for the to tears on them. Until why you reading. And then I saw that doors and abonia doors. People are not shaped. People are not strong
by the word.
By the word, emotionally, spiritually, intellectually. You be a person yes smart. But where say only intelligent, penny be intelligent, and quite smart. And the items would different you be himself or be so pretty smart. My hood
when you be a bit of Claudio be a bit.
I think it's about time. It's about time as you are getting 70. I said, as you are getting 70 minutes, so programming paying 40. Let's begin to train. Let's begin to bring people. Say, yeah, you see, at the 70. Now, if you go all the way back to Genesis chapter 10, the table of nations. Genesis chapter 10, Genesis chapter 11. God, or if you divided the whole people by 70 with 17 languages, and we are seeing Italy. So God divided them by 70 with 70
languages.
Now Jacob Egypt or the Nipa 70 over no my nation. And 70 is so prophetic. Nipaya me bo and paying 40 program in said my 70 and yet one day wonder. Yeah, parade. Or it's about parade. It's about parade. It's about show. But says 70 in Israel for Jew for 70. Yeah, Daniel. Or yeah, prophet. And yeah, prophecy in the building nation. Yeah, Nehemiah. Na omwa or presidential architecture people. They know. The children of Issachar, they understood the times. It's about time this nation find ourselves. People we will listen to those who have wisdom, those who have knowledge, because Bible Daniel said, in this end time, knowledge shall be the stability, knowledge shall increase. Misruma Soreno. The most worst is a prophetic ministry. The people have become so lazy. Nobody want to learn. Nobody want to pray. Nobody want to do anything. It's all about one man, one prophet, one everything. What about you? We don't build a nation through this. Yes, he came to fulfill. And he came to work. Yes, first statement public. I must be in my father's business. There is a business for this nation to accomplish until the 70th year,
which is next year.
But I want to see more Daniels. I want to see more Nehemiahs. I want to see more Jeremiah. I want to see more Ezras. Not only prayer, not only prophecy, but those who understand how to build. And we are moving into AI system. What do I say? AI don't care about prophecy. AI care about wisdom. AI care about knowledge. AI care about nations. You better catch it up how the word is running, so that the big system will not catch up with us.
That's powerful. That's powerful. That's really powerful. So for that's papa. I mean, on the 7th of August, all roads will lead to Odoko Official Town, Parliament Chapel International. Yes. It will quite now this kaka crash or media 2 books maybe book me. They are all must-have books. I mean, the first one is powerful. The second one is absolutely must-have. Say Newman Inkonwa Nyankopon Anshebo. Wow. It is a way that so say on the best and they are wasting your time. You need to have all of these books. Now let's begin to build a community of readers among especially Christians are 80 a Christopher Mutie a quadrono doson. Let's read. Let's understand the times we are in a knowledge economy. You need to build knowledge, learn, read. Yes.
I am tired of being tired. Say you're a minister or special aid, special days. Mwanso no 20 police need dinner.
Wow. And let's build that reading culture, and let's also pray. Let's be positive in our declarations of our country. Yen can sempanfa your mind. Let's be positive. Let's be positive.
We are what in every nation. We are what we say. We are what we eat. We are what we read. We are what we read.
Sure.
We are what we say. We are what we eat. We are what we read. Because we can be, sana out. Who can Bible na no a Christian. No body necessary. No can necessary. But near two near who kind and a mawadwin and then you two no. Yan your mind for Rubio. O my ye that what you yeding. O my young cobabia, what you yeding. There you American ye nako. And then woman in Kakubi Mapamia in South Africa. Kurubinya ya urofwa. But Ghana, the next 15 years, the next 15 years, seeing your good leaders Ghana will be the best. Because South Africa has spied. So Ghana must take a lead. And let's see.
Only your mom pie na sorry.
Baby, Papa, I will be a Yamisha. Yamisha, you be our friend, or Phoebe of friend. Yeah, Phoebe of friend, and I love that. Yeah, I love that. Me yim pie, a bomb pie. A mom baby, I will be a multimedia. When Yamia, the program with you, that's why a Yemen depa.
Ekosiisen.
A dear ye, 70 years. Ekosiisen. Who team says you were June, Ubekwa could do fino, send a Bekwakusi. When Yamima were yet, and Chen was chassis. I prophesy with my eye open. Say you be the head and not the tail. If you in the Bible said the name of the Lord is a strong tower. Anytime the righteous run into it, they are saved. They are saved. They are saved. They are saved. Onyamim peja, onyamia nimpa, onyamia nyonyam, onyamia dom, enya kesi, enya asempa. From anopa nonsia, ekosia nyumere nonsia, asembi ebefiri hano, enya papa, ema Ghana, enya papa, ema companies, enya papa, ema busia, enya papa, ema oman, radinsa, enya kesi, ewa Ghana so. Yes, Christo team. Amen. And all be me do shen young ponti as a vonsa. When you will free when I am.
Jesus.
Now, what do I do level? Or prepare. Or prepare. Or be winning. Once upon a time, to them can't you know. Once upon a time. That's a time.
Time.
Once upon a time. Number a life worship.
Okay.
Me son and me piana a reception. I brand to be to Oceanica and I was just strippers. And I'm sitting me shian the town and I'm going to call a car park. And I'm just going to become near Hamatre. What I'm saying, Frost and also from a captain, from Captain Smart. Okay. And I'm yeast Catherine Bottom. Nam some dia cry chow. Obey then was a fin maba. obi ani me nam se me de akra chew me de mansion chew me de adan chew me de cars chew kuro we eat the fatness of Accra. I will be your father and your source until now the kind and then I'm going so na ebebem and I'll be there. Obi nem yimpa yemema. Amen. Nanga to ani hwemanim yimpa yemema. Amen. I see your crowd gathering. The frame odifo amu akwanta. Odifo ne ko to abeku. Ewo okay. And I'm say one call. Your crowd is gathering. Amen. One call. Obi one call. Onyamia prepare intellectually. Onyamia prepare. Nyanse wo tunum na no odene. Na wo ka say jawo mo. Jape wo wanum no. You have adifo a interview no fan jawo mo chen. Ndi obi ate. Na osuro beka ho. Amen. Na efie ne onyame edene nsa benkum be ye usumye. Amen. Obi wele ni fan beka ta wo. You have what to say Ephraim any man say na ensana ye say aka akere bi na ye say. Amen. Bonne date to. Ochina adie biada enye part and parcel of your journey to your greatness will end tomorrow. Amen. 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 So for your that's it. I mean, so into on the 7th year, I have about the tower. Why? That's papa. Prophet Amwakwata and the attending Kano, a founder and leader of Parliament Chapel International. Ekosiise Suni. After this very short break, interviews are Akano. Yedinina Ebetuamo Sonamo who said here Nioma AC. We have quite a number of interviews to bring you 20 minutes after 4. Okay, I would have to do this one. Honorable Alfred Tia Yabua Esquire, or a former Deputy Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, Council Akwabana, it is saying. Nyame adom ye ho ye papa me pa cho time said the name trial ne share na o ye Deputy Attorney General, right?
Me be toso
oh ba be toso
share abra na penka e ho ba be toso
okay okay I mean sir o share grounds of appeal now. The first one was the charge sheet was defective. And you would realize the Court of Appeal, ABC or decision mainly on that first ground of appeal, it was saying, I mean, a defective charge sheet, and I said, then.
Yo, me that's it. Yes, Court of Appeal judgment, you are right. They are more comfortable, rely on defective charge sheet. But the kind of say, I disagree with the Court of Appeal. They didn't do a good job. Judgment not even stand the test of any legal scrutiny. Now, but the match data America.
Okay.
In your soil, lawyer need would see me. The MPO for argument's sake, the charge is quite a defective one. And just also the panel Ujano by the appellate court. May come Remy, Satim Remy, Section 31 of the Court Act. Check 31 and 31-2. Now, said the Parliament in Maxwell, but trial said the Court of Appeal, as any athlete court, a will be on the ground, say, charge sheet and a defective. Provided, say, miscarriage of justice, MIA, and so evidence, there is new record, it says, Nipano, before. So the Court of Appeal is faulted firstly by Section 31.
And it's your considered opinion, sir. When they establish a charge sheet they defective, what should have been the decision? Sir, they order a trial de novo, and I said
I'm coming there.
Okay,
I'm coming there.
Okay, that's fine.
So the first time I say that's a defective, Next phase, and they say, she say. Adansia a warm craft astronom. A adansia a support to any other charge as you have it now. And I am pushing your catcher and say, could what work as a charge a defective one. What you do is say you order trial de novo.
In the answer, be as a for.
Exactly. Because Ebasana is on technical ground.
Yes.
So, because we are talking about 90 million Ghana cedis. And I can't want it. But I would say, cash sheet, defective. So that's the first point.
Okay.
Second point, na adance here, court anymore, court ni bu any fast one, and adance here one could be so I can say judgment, edimuana, make I say, amen. Edi kind 500,000 Ghana cedis, I can't say, Maslow for the coma, that institution or Ashanti region, no. Adance here, the court and say, Emra microfinance company in sa cash the cano. Omu say interest was no moon to be chia. Domi is almost the check. Ebra Maslock, Mammy Temaklu. Now send this class to be out for 3 years. Mamma said, Debbie, on a board chairman, no Casa said, Debbie, missing cash. A dancing American to be a what dancing. Yes, our cash no bank, that institution, is cano cash at the bar and crime. But you'll be here, Mamma, no Kaya. There's a filling station, Barcelona, filling station. Our dancing, Sahono Mushiano.
Okay.
And on this cano, a shannon. Then I'll choke that and a sack cano. But the sack cano, while found commas lock accounts to be. If it bring your dance, yeah, judgment, and I can say, I see a dance here anyhow. So that's the first dance here. Solid. Unless, could appear a patch and say, I can't dance there, my Jesus Christ. If I am a quarter in your dance here. Solid a dance here. Number 2, a dance here, I won't crack that switch. Say, Mammy Tamaklu, and Mra, a jar a shake and tamanto. Omampani Mahama Samre 2013-2014. A castle mining first time master for, na says cano, Umfankoma, get the 4 mano, and show me Omugum. That's kind of similar wrong at almost 1.4 million Ghana cedis. Audits now, yeah, the kids, it shows say, kind of the core man or no, close to 700,000+ Ghana cedis. Almost 600,000 or 7,000 there, can uncle money be out. Then yeah, dance here, report no at that court farm also. Number 3, Maslow. Yes, a sensitization program from a manner from about 80,000 of them throughout the 10 regions. Then 10 regions are Ghana, and on budget close to 1.8 million Ghana cedis. Mami Tamaklu eco region and sape out of the 10. Yes, so called yes, score spending a pay within 1,300, meaning I never 13,000. 1,003. So we almost 1.7+ million Ghana cedis, and also of fire. Another one. We financially 24 or more clients maybe. In terms of 246,000 Ghana cedis. 1 year when you can spend even 1 cedi out of the amount. 1 year program now nipani biya. Let's can pass and come back. Do you dancing away a walk in Kratemu? And the last one. Almost talk has been 350. Yeah, the dance they buy in the car can able in a cost of panel $10.something million. Now so we have $14.5 million. Yeah, a dance and the sun in my room. Now the same more cranny say, I dance the bay more good no, mamma no, you know, say on my court, I mean, and say I deal with it, and you know, correct, in it here. So on what basis would the court of a PC say a dance here in this assembly? Again, I'm making also obedient that can so when you know, correct. Mr. Scanner by the Koha, the winning Koha, then that case all 2 sides. Minister criminal prosecution, the state must prove his case beyond reasonable doubt.
Beyond reasonable doubt.
But on the side of the prosecution, I mean, I can tell you without any equivocation, make Kansas City said the state prosecutors are only a Juma way, no, only a Juma Padi tells me the man we the public servants are only a Joma on Bayo Majuma. Investigators are more Yoko. The kind of Juma Muye or Sadia we move, auditors a Juma Muye, don't be a dance or court. The other court to Ghana like court of because a dance anywhere. Like I say, a idea, maybe 2 months.
But lawyer, even before Sawubeba, whether the charge sheet was defective and also defective, no, on even the evidence, no, and the probative value according to evidence, no. The Court of Appeal in Omu conclusion page 92, 93, and 94 mintimin kind, and I'm only taking a cursory look. So I share conclusion almost say paragraph 120. It has long been the golden thread running through our criminal jurisprudence that the prosecution must prove the guilt of the accused and that this burden never shifts unless the enabling statute or law has expressly and clearly said otherwise. The principle articulated by Viscount Stanky in Wilmington versus DPP, our law student, and unshaken since is not a technical nicety of procedure. It is the constitutional expression of the presumption of innocence, and it is owed to every accused. 121, I'm going to say, the learned trial judge lost sight of this, confronted with a charge sheet drawn mostly in negative terms, that the appellant had acted without authorization or without due process. She reasoned that because the prosecution had averred a negative, it fell to the appellant to prove the positive. That authorization, process, or justification in fact existed. With respect, that reasoning inverts the very principle it purports to apply. 122. The manner in which a prosecutor chooses to draft a particular offense cannot, of itself, relocate the burden of proving an ingredient of the crime. A negative averment, artfully or carelessly pleaded, is not an exception or proviso. It's not an exception, a proviso, or a statutory defense. It remains in substance an element the prosecution must establish, and the difficulty of proving a negative is the prosecution's difficulty to bear, not the accused to solve. I will go further to emphasize the principle that unless a statute plainly places the burden of proving a particular element of an offense upon the accused, she is under no obligation whatsoever to lead evidence in aid of a prosecution's case that has not yet reached the threshold the law demands of it. To require otherwise is to ask the accused to complete the prosecution's unfinished work and to convict her for declining the invitation as was done by the learned trial judge. The prosecution's evidence on a fair and unaided reading fell short of proof beyond reasonable doubt. The shortfall was not made good by any burden properly resting on the appellant, and the trial judge's misdirection on this fundamental point goes to the very root of a fair trial. For these reasons, therefore, I am satisfied that a conviction and sentencing on all the charges, including those manifestly defective charges, cannot stand. I would allow the appeal and set aside the appellant's conviction and sentencing on all count. In the way and Justice Emmanuel Ankama, I'm not sure this lead opinion, the conclusion, ain't one, the evidence he believes say you couldn't prove the case beyond reasonable doubt because that it was for you to prove and not for the appellant, to rather prove positive. When you crafted the charge sheet in the negative. Okay, counsel.
What kind the judge misapprehended, misunderstood the import of the prosecution's case. With a great respect to the judge, his appreciation of the burden of proof, wrong. In criminal cases, the state or the prosecutor is supposed to criminal cases. They'll say, there are some courts, if you prove a case beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Everybody knows this is not something the judge should lecture anyone.
Yes.
Now, prove who we are, then the accused person will have to just raise doubt to show, say, the okay, no prove beyond reasonable doubt, something that everybody knows. So, before what you know, to me, it does not answer the question. The key question is, charge sheet that the state prepare, you must get evidence to back the charge sheet that required. The advance here was a state no the advance and by my minus crata now of sign say scan magic I just cash a free more. Nipo discard no back cast or baby shan bachona filling station and can manage its cano. Accounts on prepare and issues say one first can for two company with the accounts room. If the get up a before Kaina, meaning system, I manage no, Bofon Kataswana. No, that is not how the law works. With all due respect, the trial judge, a very good analysis of the judgments. I mean, you call the judgments and the first one judgment now. To the extent, say, or evaluate the evidence, Mamma, a question, Caribbean lawyer, or consider it, including Mamma, the statement of the police or consider it. So the judge, the court of PJ is a little and say, if the accused stating proven case beyond reasonable doubt, the accused person can say, I will not speak, and then the court will acquit her. No. The court can say, you have a case to answer, and you do not answer, the court can go ahead to convict you. And before the court will say, so, case to answer, no, the court must be satisfied, say, there's evidence on record. So the greater respect to the Court of Appeal, they grossly erred. Even almost talk about a charge sheet say defective. We had when already and yes, some are defective. And so what? Section 31 is clear. Section 31 of the Courts Act is very clear. Section 406, subsection 1 of Act 30 is very clear. The Court of Appeal got it wrong. The trial judge got it right. But Court of Appeal has 3 judges against 1 judge. The Supreme Court will have to step in to see because this particular judgment. So muka sa dance woman no any dance meet the threshold and so what we call that friend yankopon na yankomedia dance ma. We are no magicians, but every single ingredient here can be no state in terms of the catching of the chances they'll be in the negative or positive. Whether negative or positive, the state must prove its case. So it doesn't matter the language. You are supposed to lead evidence which you say the war cannot. We never said the same. I'm proving innocence. The Court of Appeal, they should also know that. You also know. Then no, the state never says to them, "Mama, you come and prove her innocence." That's why the trial judge evaluated too. I mean, if you look at the Court of Appeal at the abonnent page, go to a trial judge judgment, not a 94-page judgment, and then look at the analysis for making it against the Court of Appeal judgment. To me, plenty English. But Ghana for a seeker over 90 million Ghana cedis and a Court of Appeal. It's technical grounds. Because then we can be Simon. Ample the charge sheet is defective. A court doing substantial justice, and a court minded say also a protected state resources. Say, I'm deciding you go back so that the matter can be tried again by the court.
In the then no on or better discharge.
Yes. Because that's on 30. So meaning if Court Act and I look at the Court Act, how would you put and in the
it may be section 31 of the Court Act.
Yes.
Appeal in criminal matters allowed on substantial miscarriage of justice. I don't know subhead there, no. Osei 31.2, right?
Yeah.
31.2, good. 2, they say the court shall dismiss the appeal if it considers that no substantial miscarriage of justice has actually occurred, or that the point raised in the appeal consists of a technicality or procedural error or a defect in the charge or indictment, but that there is evidence to support the offense alleged in the statement of offense, in the charge or indictment or any other offense of which the accused could have been convicted upon that charge or indictment.
Okay, you the whole plane. So Court of Appeal telling us this section no and I mean yes, was section 406 of Act 30 so 4061 with me here also.
Okay.
So as a lawyer, speaking as a lawyer, I can say the Court of Appeal has done a great disservice to the people of Ghana in this particular matter. They seriously erred. Our judgment cannot stand the test of legal scrutiny, a combination of whatever the judges think should be the case, but looking at the evidence on record properly so-called, the trial judge, the judgment, and as a Ghana point, I say, I will be speaking as a politician, as a party in that case. I rather urge people who need that kind of thing. They should take the judgment of the trial judge. No more Court of Appeal, no more laws no one gets a Court of Appeal for the Omoye, no, a support and ready support so man.
Enti, o support current Attorney General decision say, obey appeal Court of Appeal decision, and while at that, no, obey file stay of execution.
I agree. An appeal ought to be filed as soon as possible because this judgment, South America, no, cancerous. But whether they can apply for stay of execution is another matter because in criminal law, I'm yet to be educated. The state between file stay of execution. Whether they will file for suspension of orders are fine, but that one will leave to the Attorney General. Okay. But if I were in his shoes, the man is a file a piece and not canon, then may I surmise the grounds if I'm doing the case out of a genuine and honest heart. This particular appeal, the Attorney General also or fulfill it. But who knows? Because this particular case meaning have various dimensions. One of the dimensions that I can say, you have to Kruma and a mammy, a different America big group, Kruma. The neighbor Kruma for about 2 weeks. Now she was not under any custody of the security agencies. Not the agencies. Or not in the on say ye did down last month at for prison. So
now claim no a buying spokesperson deny vehemently.
Oh, I deny, but the data they could prison no is there. I think that was on the 20th, I'm forgetting, or in June. And they later admitted, the prison admitted, data you demand could obtain for over 2 weeks, and so if the Attorney General is honestly telling us to so file a pillar, some of us will support him. Because Sana Mrano, I was say, Yashano, Sebi Amrabit, Egina, Eyipa. Then Obi, there's one thing as media people, CSOs, NGOs, are more fighting corruption. This particular case, Adibia and Nakaka, and man, I office no, a pillar or more file within time, within 1 month, no, the gentleman now come on, or no more file appeal, were served. Mami, in our time, never served us with any notice of appeal. I should place it on record. Now, I'm saying I'm also filing within the same time. Yeah, and then when you know,
you are saying, sir, judgment never on the 4th of 2024, 4th of May 2024.
Yeah.
What the government communications minister Aka and is on the, I think a month later, Mamine file ne appeal. In the minister, the appeal was filed in 2024. Now, also now when you're aware of that.
In your sanity, only one person, a branch and organ had any 2 months.
Yes.
On the file appeal within the 30 days.
And then you said the name Tamaklo.
No. Empty for at least a term of his bed 7-8 months and I issue of it.
Yes.
So that time in an appeal now. Yeah, recently the I didn't buy an appeal about the submissions in January, February. And I can tell you, you can file from the agency officer and maybe a several more mammy appeal and Nankasa. And I can tell you that the agency office got to know I'm not the only one who file on submissions.
Oh, really?
And so that's the case.
Into the claim, sir.
Foundation document, you know. I urge some of you check the ben of file you know. I'm going to check a record book because I'm file record. We all enter every single process.
Yes.
The ben enter that record book. Because criminal appeal, all file your own PF. The PF I can receipt number, your data. Yeah, but in PF. So I'm just raising some issues.
Oh, into the claim, sir.
We need to look at this particular matter.
The claim, sir, of filing appeal, no, and within 30 days of the judgment, no, and you're not correct.
To me, that's why I'm raising the question.
But the other accused person appeal, no, you almost say
almost yes.
Within 30 days, no.
Yes, within that gentleman filing appeal within that date, almost 7 years, we knew so much on why. But for 8 months, I still want to say a few of it, no. We never said. So it raises questions. And more especially, Nevada District Court, explanation, have the proceedings. The lawyers file my arguments. They raise issues about how you're compatible with the treaty and the rest. They never raised anywhere some file appeal in Ghana to challenge because I think it's a judgment, you know, and you're proper or something. And the magistrate who started the matter never reference to any appeal. Because some are filing appeal and power. And those think lawyers in the US have said, oh, yes, you want to take it back. There's an appeal here. It states the conviction is not proper, A, B, C, or D. They never challenge the conviction. They never imagine someone filing with your. So many, there are so many questions. That's why I want the fighters to go into this.
Yeah, meaning as far as we are concerned, and at least from what I know, in the 8 or so months following the ruling and sana move free abemo, there was no appeal filed by Ferdinand Tamaklo as far as you know. Not just say oba ye no. Next tradition go through oba ye na office somebody appeal ne ko e.
Minia, yes I make some interrogate me here.
Okay.
Some rebel cause say civil matter say we mean the civil matter and speak na we try filing fees the bet show date when so no the receipt book.
Yes.
Criminal matters filing fee.
Yes.
Just this na true go. They filing on this day, that's all. But there's also a remedy where time of filing, yes, there should be a record book, a visual in serial numbers, time at that particular piece. So some of you have to go and the question, find out. So for that, the P account, the date there was no. Or entire book date bank that have been on my That's the foundation document.
Does it matter, sir? Osei justices of the Court of Appeal now, Emmanuel Ankama, Samuel Obindiewu, Emmanuel Senyo Amedahe, into justices Miensa and Etna Assembly, so there was no dissenting opinion. Unanimously, they agreed with the appeal. Does it mean anything?
To me, it does not mean anything because it means unanimous Supreme Court. It means dislodge the whole thing. So they are unanimous. That is it. But it doesn't mean final. In fact, to tell the truth, as a partisan lawyer, my case at High Court, Malusu, Court of Appeal, unanimous, 3, Supreme Court require 5. They set aside everything.
Oh, okay.
So it matters not. Some departments are agree. Okay, judgment now. One person wrote it, and other two said they all agree, and so that is it. That's their judgment. But the judgment, that's what I'm happy to say. If I told you such a go on appeal, because there are so many things in it that we need to look at. The issue some of us are passionate about it, and they say, no, because I'm a politician. Politicians, if you give us that opportunity, Ghana will be in trouble. Because the Bayani say, the amount for bed discount, now for so made this guy, the buyer, the meeting class, there can be a way out. We must tighten the loose ends. Make sure, say, we are only bonnet, you're finding quite fiasse. We already bonnet, so you're finding quite fiasse. Because we are talking about, for Christ's sake, 90 million Ghana cedis. It's a charge go a defective one. What I expect an applicant to do is having in mind the amount involved and the evidence and everything, no. Bring the matter back for a retrial. So the person can then state and raise all her defenses. For the court matter to be heard de novo. But you can't say what clean, no. The money is lost. So 500,000 now, Bachuna, yeah, it's on record. Or my winning now, Nina on fire. I don't understand it, and I don't get it.
Very well. Among Fraka said, we would be a slap in the face of the fight against corruption, and that it would weaken the oral drive. No, Ujidi sir.
Maybe 100%, if there's 3,000%. Maybe you see, Nipana or mere prosecution at the AG's office. A man or more, still a man at also. Sleepless night, a Jumo ye, investigators, a year proper auditing everything after your cassette. Your money are useless because they think a defect in the charge sheet. Then, at future cases, they'll just relax. After all, it demoralizes such people. I'm not saying such a case is only a court of appeal has no power to set aside. That one I agree. But if this particular judgment, court of appeal aired, they aired seriously.
Very well. Into Sisiana production, furnishing me with this information. I think the trial court judgment April 16th, 2024. April 16th, 2024. And media reports, including graphic reportage, Ferdinand Tamaklo lawyers, led by Enoch Degbe, of Freshfields Law Consult filed a notice of appeal on the 9th of May 2024, raising 9 grounds of appeal. And that's what Graphic is reporting. And if they indeed filed on the 9th of May, Amono, you were not served at the Attorney General's department.
Exactly. And my brother, isn't not so curious? Very curious.
Yes.
They convicted within 2 weeks or 3 weeks or file appeal. Isn't it so curious? Very curious. Very, very curious. Very curious.
Very well. Lawyer, my say Bibiania, Yebesia Babidin Komobio. Why? That's a pa Yamisha. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Lawyer Alfred Tria Yeboa, former Deputy Attorney General, and Motezi and AD and Komo Asempa FM so any. Ekosiisen Jumediano Asuguswa Utieno. Ma Yewo 2 more interviews to do. Yene General Secretary of the NPP, Becca, so my issue statement will take you to Parliament. They share what the minority caucus make of this particular decision. They had held a press conference earlier, alleging said the name Tamaklo no or Shefie baby no ni prison bia na afi no more than call at the time on press conference no na money on a agreement so they had over na ebepe kwan bi na you they made so many allegations. Anyone who be din komo na ya share what they make of this judgment from the Court of Appeal. Na ansana no mamemfa Kojak farmer Emremo na yene won enkasa komo a ehiama in message so be you asum na watie ne ye e de amayen Kojak for ba oral health on komo ne ye bedi wanum ahosiesie ene ha wabebo wanum ho ban ye Frank Osia hene ewa ha okasa e de Kojak Farmer Limited here in Accra. Frank akwa bete sen
enyo obi nyame adom me ho de pa
bi ekoye
oba de adom
ye da nyame
wo nkwa na wa de
ye da nyame ase ye hu se ene no mako into the production of toothpaste
sure
na obia the toothpaste hwene sen but me busa se mfaso e wo ho pa ye de ade a wo be kan den
obi mfaso wo toothpaste ho pa e ba no ye numa homedie se wudi wanum ni na aboa ma wapomudie ti megina yi a toothpaste e ya de a edi mu akoten na eho hia pa ye wo kwa bebre fa so di yanum ni ene niema edidi yanum ni na se toothpaste ne nka ho a e ma wanum homedie no entimi nyina yi wo be fa ne se wadi wanum ni na so ahomedie na nkasa na enyina yi ni nyina ne se toothpaste na nkasa no ye wo niema bi a ede awuram ene ne ede afrafra eboa eyi niema boni fi yanum enti se etese ne sebe wo de sapo ehohoro ade a enwowom ene se wo de sapo ne samana ehohoro ade a enwowom enti difference na eso wo be hohoro mu na eso so enwo no bi bedam wo bra wo mfa samana nka na emu se samana ka ho a ebebu ahuro ebeyi ni nyina afim amamu ada ho enti eba no yanum ahomedi a toothpaste edi mu akoten se bad bacteria say yesen ha yanum na emma yanum ahomedi nyina yene de yare breye no eyi saa ne mo nyina afi ho eno achi no emframa bone a wo homigu obi so ama wanim onyam so te paste no eboa emma saa mframa bone ne etimi yi fi wanum esan so boa emma sabe se wudi ubedidi na wumtwitwi wose emfa paste ntwitwi ya sane wanum etie emma wo enne sa wodi paste ni twitwi a sane wanum esotie emma ho se ensonsonye wom enti obi wa ya na asem sere enso obi wa otwitwi wo so woni paste wo no de sapo na abosamna so de twini se eya hwe sane ensonsonye ne enne paste ankasate entimi ennema wanum nte emma wontumi ni di ma wanum ahomedie no ntimi nyina yie enti paste pa de eba ne yanum ahomedie a enema hofro ho de na enso paste edi mu akote pa a wo yifima emma wanum ahomedie nyina
ene mouthwash na di djuma ba ko
mouthwash ne wo di djuma edi mouthwash nda bia me ka se bi ewo djuma na ahodo ye wo bi wo ha ekunkrunkwan wo yanum anase yesen anase ye gam no nko a ene obi wo ha ema wanum ete nko a ebi susu ekum bacteria ene ebi timi yesa na ema wensa me kan nyina enti eba no Kojak ankasa niema ayaye ene eba no mouthwash ankasa ye mouthwash no esan boa apart from say ekum bacteria ema wanum ate na eyi niema fi wanum no sign eboa ema minerals bi a fi wo sene so no a sign efele ne back enti se bia obi e wo sefemfem a anase wo sensitive sa minerals na fi ne so no yen me mouthwash no eboa esan ma nipa no esan fele back sa ema ne se no sa sensitivity no ekokra nti mouthwash no so woni djuma edi e de boa bia in case of emergency ubetimi edia jeje wonum edia woso wonum ebe wonum ate ayi bad bacteria ayi bad breath ayi afi ho na enso so yen kasa ye de no sise da bia me de no be ye me de me di betwi me se na
substitute for toothpaste
dabi yabi eno de entime mboa na enso woni djuma edi
moye toothbrush nso
toothbrush yo mo ahodo ye was sensitive toothbrush ema wo mo wo sefemfem ene ye wo regular toothbrush nso ho ma obia timi yusu bi ene ya ye bi nso mankwala na ye nso so no before ye be ye no ya ye hwehwemu ahu se toothbrush no ye wo mo ahodo obi wo ha anodin ye obi wo ha obi feel say sane ne senso tie ene sane ne num akala ne tie no ohia de anodin na nso so no so ye hwehwemu che se e pranipa ema how ba wanum ne wo se ho enti kojak no ye hwehwemu ansa na de toothbrush ba bonten enti ye bi wo ha emu ye den kakra nanso enye to that hard extent se be ma wo si echi na ma wotre anase ebe ma cat bia ba wo si echi na ma no ho na emu ene enye so eye boko kra so a entimi yiyi enima mfi wonum because toothbrush no so na dwuma di ni se eboa manne ma akọ hye wo si ase wo sene ntem ene wo techema so no wo sena sene nyina no saa ne ma no nyina na ye etetare ho akeka ho no anase asteni ho no eyifi ho brush ne boa ma ne yi saa ne ma ne fi ho ti ye brush ne ya to ye boa ase aye ne yie afa abefo kwanso na research ansa na ye de eba bonten
it is a mitobia menyusu no how long ansa na masesa no
obi ayusu ne na afi obi ayusu bosomen nsia ni nyina no enye ne beboa ama wonum ahumidie gine opese wonum ahumidie gine yie paade a enhwemu kire se bosomen miensa bi asesa toothbrush no ene yemfa ho se toothbrush ne me wo media ne de ye mo no enye hwe dabi bosomen miensa bi asesa no obi a media ne o ntutu media ne emuye enso ese bosomen bia bosomen miensa bia sesa no ne sent ni say the more ye twi yesen bacteria na wo ye num ye da o mo ba ye num be didi na mo ka ye num no ebi ko rewura toothbrush ne na menye so se sabe ade cha no pa na me ba manum a ohwe manum obetimi hu bacteria bi e wo meseso ana manum ye mfa ye ni hu mutini umfo wani hu o toothbrush ne mo enti ye hwehwe mu no ma ye hu say bosome miensa de na dodo na ko wura mu enti ya na wasesa no se ne be ya be mo wanu ahumidi no akoso agina yi
that's nice enti mehu kojak P kojak F and kojak kits and kojak charcoal and kojak fluoride toothpaste ebia wode ye kojak ye ba na enim se paste wa bonten nanso ye hu se eye de baako ena obia so e wo ne se ho ha na enum ho hawo inte wose yetimi nya obia na ne seso na de yetimi boa ema numu ahumidi ni timi gina yi enti oba ne kojak P no ena kojak F paste no a eboa ama wa wo sefemfem sensitive teeth wudi ade aye nwu ade aye hye akikimese ahyemese eboa se ebeyi saa ne mani nyina afi ho ama watimi edi wakono de ena ye mouthwash nso ka ho eboa ema saa sensitivity ni nyina etimi fi ho enti obi a wo sefemfem edi mre some years na untibi di anka ana wudi fruit bi a eye citrus ana se acidic wo mu a the whole day no untimi fa bibi nka wo se no wunya koja P koja F toothpaste na mouthwash ni bia etu ase kokora ma ho timi to ena eba ne chako no a yenim se bidie so wo mfaso de boa ni ya setremu enti koja ka ho bidie so mfaso no de aye paste enei ye won nketo na ye won akese chako toothpaste ye koja chako toothpaste na ne ya ne se eboa ama etum kabone se yenim se bidie se sebe enkwan se ya na se froye ni nyinya wo de bidie tum de sija so a ema yi saa sent ni film no saa na nkabone wo num nso na sa wo de twiwusi a eboa yi saa nkabone no esan so boa ma wo sene paa ye fita na se ema uyi stains bia na odin efi wo sene so ene wo sene ase intema da bia na wonum ayakono ente ba no paste a wo betimi de asi eye sabe yanum kankan ekwan na wama wo sia paa ye fita eye kojak chako toothpaste na ye be kanfo de ama ye wona kese ne nketo a no utu kwan wo betimi e de akọ ene ye wo regular fried toothpaste na eno eye fluoride ni wo mu no eno na epu ahuru paa ntu to bia ema da bia no echema wo enti ne won tie se we no eboa asi kaka no kwan kojak regular fried toothpaste no eboa si kaka no kwan
but just ne boy simu ntokuru no sa wo use Kojak regular fried toothpaste ni tu sa no pa ne nwura ebe ma be fele sa ntoko na nwana bobo wo simu e ma wo nya kaka dachi nti be banda bia na wo senye den wo num so be hwam esa strength na wo gam no ene ehu se nkwala no so no mu hia se omunya paste betimi aboa because of enema aye dokodoko de omudi na fiti anopa kosi anwuma nti no wan hwe ni yi ada bia na mankwala ne sen pro utwi ne se de na so se paste ne nye papa anase emoa kwala no a en ano nya de betimi bacteria no dodo no a ebe ma da bia na kwala ne se be sent wonenum anase ne se no pro na ekro enu nti na Kojak se yusu Kojak case paste ne de ma oba ne nne if you watch akwala na nkasa be fini pemu atwene se emu ode emu hwam ntama nkwala ne pepa enu nti Kojak aye ne se enne ya akwala wo 2 years 12 years 8 years 10 years omu nyina timi yusu Kojak case space ni bi utobia toothbrush ba ko hye mu free de ma abofra no ebe boa ma abofra nenu ahomedie agina yi pa enti oral care product Kojak de abande waye ne nyina se duro de mo a wo choose ne ba wo sene wonum ho ban de mu ne nyina emma wo nya se ho haw bia enti wo pedodo atu anase wo pe baako na nkran ko provision stores ne supermarket ahodo no anase o pedodo atu a obefrɛ ahomane so na yetimi adi nkomo ya office anase ye shop kese e wo Okanshi drug lane enkran ne mpotemo na kokuma se ye wo keye tadwa kese ne mu na ye number didi dwuma ne ya hodo mienu baako edi kan ye 0531 07 00 and 20 we nkran ne mpotemo number no 0531 07 00 and 20 Kuma simpotem ne number nso ye 0531 069945 0531 0699 and 45 all the social media platform nyans obetimi enya ne adi nkomo ene adi nkita ho eye at Kojak Limited enti Kojak ne KOJACH now the limited na to aso na wotimi enya ne adi nkomo
very well
ti obi bibia ne obi am na
Frank Osia hene
sa
ye da sepa nya misha
we shall so
Ekosiisen na haya Asempa FM adofo no yenkotie we emra ye ba Justin Frimpong Kodia, General Secretary of the NPP, Yeneno Ebedi Nkomo, after this short break. Stay with us.
World Cup fever no abo na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium in Nigeria Baufi we dey ya tete nyama ni nyina so ye pese hu go bia pefe na wetimi abage won so asa wuti stadium hobby and entini e bro discounts e was Samsung TCL and Nasco smart TVs ni nyina ma match day bia anya we Nigeria na beti ye powerful air conditioners and ye coolers ye top and bottom mount chest and display fridges no gas cookers wo ho washing machines microwaves and ye small kitchen appliances ni ekeka hunyina when the football promotion is so power fimu ka huna kwa ye showroom any anamo sifo a wo Ghana fan nyina ana friend was 050-315-9738 ubetimi so akọ www.electrolandgh.com Electroland ye the stadium no baufi.
For 150 years, Fantipum has nurtured leaders of integrity, excellence, and service to God and nation. Celebrate excellence, honor legacy. The Fantipum at 150 Sesquicentennial Awards are now open for nominations to recognize the outstanding individuals and organizations whose dedication and service have helped shape Fantipum's proud 150-year legacy. Do you know an old boy, member of staff, benefactor, organization, or a friend of Fantipum who deserves this honor? Nominate them today. Visit www.awards.fantipum150.org and submit your nominations on or before Friday, 31st July 2026. Fantipum at 150. Celebrating a legacy of excellence, leadership, and service, inspiring the future. Jin Shekan.
Didi shito homemade, Didi shito homemade, Didi shito homemade, Didi shito homemade.
Enjoy homemade taste of shito always with Didi Shito. Made with carefully selected ingredients, no preservatives, no colorants.
Preservative just helps us spice. Natural we taste, spicy we eat.
Didi Shito, if you do need.
Shito homemade taste, Didi shito homemade taste.
This advert.
Let's shout for joy
As the historic sesquicentennial celebrations roll on, Infante Pim invites all old boys, associates, and the general public to the prestigious second Infante Pim 150th anniversary lecture. This is not just a lecture, it is a masterclass for national transformation. Addressing a nation at a crossroad, we are honored to present the distinguished Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, renowned international diplomat and statesman. He will be dissecting a theme critical to our collective future, educating for peace, democracy, and responsible citizenship. Date Wednesday, 29 July 2026. Time 5:30 p.m. prompt. Venue the Accra Red Church Hall. To every old boy, every partner, every citizen who believes in the future of Ghana and Africa, this is where you need to be. Block your diaries, clear your schedules, make it your #1 priority. Join the conversation that shapes tomorrow. Infante Pim at 150. Vin Shekan.
NPRA is the regulatory body of the pensions industry in Ghana, ensuring the compliance of the 3-tier pension scheme, being the mandatory basic national social security scheme, first tier, managed by SNET, a mandatory fully founded and privately managed occupational pension scheme, second tier, and a voluntary fully founded and privately managed provident fund and personal pension scheme. Employer enforcement has been beefed up, and therefore we are entreating all employers to enroll their workers onto the first and second tier mandatory schemes and pay their contributions. Failure to do so will result in prosecution. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security.
Say a quantum wisdom, ye can do him, na one could be a na yells at him, and Oma Bebre, Nagana addition, Nemu won't performance, the old year when you betcha, and it your rubber.
Yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be where you grow. Where you grow?
NT, Tiabuchenko mo, Aqua Manqua, Akuntejo, Edinburgh Asempa 94.7 FM. So,
it remained that I say, you are no woman on it. You almost see a cacra. You almost will who the NCAT, United Nasia, Yakabum.
Memory debia, a bonusia, a pemusea, Ekosiise watch, a change home, or Abruche, said the Yaku, any diabedrufi, the Yahu, near her, the ye, near the Abba, the Enyano, and you can say, ye,
say, Abruchin come on a dim, tintimpa.
Yabera no man who do I won't conform my soy, you bet me the Abua Ghana. I'm not funny to my payfra. Or my Ubuntu, now have what a sign. Passport won't send some. Nina, yet a bro, and what Bruchin come with you, Medium. Yabesas one more quenya, no one share wagon.
Robert David, make us a free Germany. Kobe. Yeah, Amsterdam. Concept no what for. I will give you a woman and an animal, or more a salmon and a no multiple. No crown after program, no after project, no more.
Shannon, say a minute of beer, 6 p.m. Boganie, Abruchin Company.
Samisoriano pa, Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi me se. E ma me confidence, the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifit guso na me sre a. E yo nwanwa me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. E twitwi me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. E ne e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban, e free mowa, e boy sin mu tokro. E se ahye, e ne enumunka. Sure se, amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me use na no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me sin ye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi nyama na me sin 32 ni nyina guso.
Enkane no ane ama menum di bidie twitwi yense no. Asanya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC ye fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enu nti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA aje edwedi nkrato ya tomo.
Shese de ye to bia de. Eso hwi ni shop.
Me report no hin.
Minia, so me no Bonsu ye. Eso hwi ni ubotum. Asan fufuro bi so esi ofie obi mu na. Ame wo ideas ane beku no. Da bia ni adwen fufura wo. Enso na montu obi anim. Uso obi ayi din se ya. Enya asumdwe ni wanya o.
Eyesikasem. Bills wo idea. Menye comment na mantua bio. Ye wo a free emergency loan, kwasi salary loan, working capital, ni startup loan. Bills si instrokra. For Ghana card be apply ya. Fresh 0596 920 833 and 0302 200 390. Bills. For Sikasem wo ha nyina be dan ye.
Inti sa wo to mackerel aye weduane a na what Africa Queen mackerel na we chawe no mu keke na mpankwa.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on EcoBank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
EcoBank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah.
It's amazing how people you've never met can ruin your mood, make your day, break your heart, or become your favorite person. One nomination, one betrayal, one kiss, one eviction, and suddenly you've picked a side. Big Brother Naija is back with a brand new season. Take the spotlight. Watch every unforgettable twist of Big Brother Naija Season 11 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 149 24/7 with as little as 58 Ghana cedis.
World Cup Mrenabo, no one pay football, no one's here. Electrical Ghana Limited, Eddie Stadium, no Bawufie. And one is over to Samsung, TCL, and Nasco Smart TV, a 50-inch, and Nadia Brosa, then get free DSTV decoder, and a 1 month free subscription. Share World Cup, no, yeah, the Bawupano live. Now, what's seeing your discount at Woodrow, and a free Zappa decoder. Electroland, move for World Cup no refie. Electroland, who want to me show. Etika huna ko Electroland showroom bia wo Ghana fanenina anadi obenwo and Albertinia for 050-315-9739 call www.electrolandga.com nemom kaise enhihye kakra wo ho eyego
Africa Green Tea
Deep pepper purple na didi purple inti sa wo to mackerel aye weduane a na what Africa Queen mackerel na we chawe no mu keke na mpankwa
Jack Patabare vimanya ku
Wado asie Obia wodi otiaro pa ani awia Nanso aduru numra eye bibia ewo Asempa FM 94.7 Bibia jumadi fufra ye de Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obadoma Bibia wo bisa traffic netia ye mechi be bia be doji afa anyom no so de be na eko training stories and Philistine na eso me sade so mesia ma nemu menkancho bia o be kokonsa dia ye mia just bibia jumadi Asempa FM so edishia me Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eye bibia
Max buy some dedabo. Yes, Max buy C beto bibia falla. Enjoy up to 50% discount on all items. This Friday, all roads lead to Max buy shops. Come get your mobile phones, ACs, TVs, washing machine, swallow maker, and more. Up to half the price. For further enquiries, call us on 054-401-9552. It's Max Buy Day and Bibia Yefala.
ensema hudwa esinyina emwa kasia ewasa wuti biara Asempa yetia ena obetino Asempa yetia eye kasiebo a ye de bro ewo Asempa FM enwere no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensema hudwa esisie ye hu ye ni nyina ye de bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia
Sa eya onwanwa sa misika sem apeja merebe kire wo kwan no kwame kotodwe adaroma o kire me app bi a aba be pie mu e wo Play Store and afi App Store ye frɛ no it's social ya yesa app yi e de beboa adwadifo nyina sa wo ye content creator de wo be ye ni ana wo followers bebrebe he wo ni followers kra wo so ka ho bi de wo be ye ni se wo app ni mu a wo be create wo account na wo ko profile na afi wo bie wo shop no e wo ho niema wo ton no na wo hyase de agugugu ho followers no be hyase hu niema wo ton no enti wo be fa wo number no no ba betuto bi na aboa wo ama wonya sika nti se wo ye carpenter ni wo ye contractor wo ye boutique obia etimi ko koton na ade it's social e ye fashion okoya wo ye faswa ye de nya sika e wo app yi so no e ma remfi so be download e wo Play Store ana App Store
Ayampo se akwantuo mu nsem ye ka ne duonim na wanko bia na ye wo sa atesem enoma bebree na Ghana de hye namu wonkofo amanso de wote woni beje ene de owro beho
hwekura yewom yesi slow ato eya 20 inches 3 days yet mimpie wey eyekro
Enti ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akontadwo edi bro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
edru me nda na se enua no mo ama no ne ye omosua kakra ye omusu ahunu ye nsu yatie ye nyina etrasia ni aka bom
memre da bia ebonosia epem se ya ekosi na wotwe twendwere ye ho e wo abrochire se de yakohu ene de abedru fie de yehu ne yehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwanse ye
ze na je se abrochire komo na dimu tintim pa
ye bere no ma hodo a e won kofo aman so a ye betimi de aboa Ghana amana fa ne tuma pefra o manyi puntu na habot sen passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wo abrochire komo dwumadie yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no a kire wadwen
Robert David because free Germany Kobe yeah Amsterdam concept no what for about kefu e wo mo wa amana ne nemu wo mo atiamana no de na wo mo tipie wo mo kura na aso program no mo aso project no e nwanwa
shene so say ye memene da bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochire komoni
When I wake up in the morning I brush my teeth.
Oh Fabia, now what you try to say and who did you know?
Mom patro sa toothpaste na da de buy no. Se me de chichimesi na me num hyehyeme na me boso fno me.
Wey nya excuse. Abofra de. Wo sorry anopa. E wo se wo try wo say. Ansan we didi. Now ono so e de na ye ne sere. What you try to say?
Yes mom, medical kids toothpaste na o de buy en ran. E na chichimesi.
Why are there? Cal Kids toothpaste there. Ye mama frate semwa amwedi mfie mienu. Opim mfie nsia.
Na me de that is a strawberry. Na me be se me dimple.
Debbie yeni eye toothpaste. Enye tofe why? Yes say the Cal Kids toothpaste. Be mama fra wedi mfie mienu. Kopim mfie nsia de atwetwere wo mo se. Every say eboa ese a emu abotokro ana ahye epamum wawa e hase na mana ho den mapa. Me bomoden say me the Cal Kids toothpaste. Be mama me twetwere wo mo se. Abribia Cal Kids toothpaste. E mama fra si twetwere ye ni jese.
Kel.
Se ebano electrical appliances baby ba ko pe na obinya de papa na ne buof eye franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiise 100 inches air conditioners washing machines blenders microwaves kettle cooking stoves your Samsung with CCTV cameras any ye crystal clear never phones any accessories abi you know that franco eye number 1 Burua Franco shop be benwo nekwajo electrical appliances ya tete small fresh 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com obetumi akọ App Store any Play Store no download the Franco app. Franco still phone papa is here.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
Every mosquito study run away.
This advert is FDA approved.
Syntex Tango! Syntex, hey, tough, very strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntex, hey, tough, very strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntex no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
It's amazing how people you've never met can ruin your mood, make your day, break your heart, or become your favorite person. One nomination, one betrayal, one kiss, one eviction, and suddenly you've picked a side. Big Brother Naija is back with a brand new season. Take the spotlight. Watch every unforgettable twist of Big Brother Naija Season 11 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 149 24/7 with as little as 58 Ghana cedis.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
Jack Patabare Vimanya Kuo.
Wado asie. Obia wodi otiaro pa ania Nanso adonumra eye bibia. Ewo Asempa FM 94.7. Bibia jumadi fufra yedi aba Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obadoma Bibia wo bisa traffic netia ye be sure bibia be dodge afa anyom no so de be na eko training stories and Philistine na eso me sade so mesia ma nemu menka chobia o e be kokonsa dia ye mia just bibia jumadi wa Asempa FM so edishia me Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eye bibia
Africa green tea, deep pepper purple. Deep purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel aye weduane a. Na wato Africa queen mackerel. Na we chawe no keke. No pankwa. Phone call ba kupe a wo be ye ebesibie bia kwanya bebre ama picture ba kupe a wo betwa ebesibie janka ya ama wa febo na wo gina yesie ba ko ebetimi asesa wo kita hodie wo wiase yi mu computer Ghana Mobile Prime Week Ajieja. Some mobile phone a fashion kesia. Brand Kukudam. Asia Eboa F4. A free Samsung, Tecno, Infinix, any itel to Vivo, Xiaomi, Huawei, Hotwave, and Doji. Beshichem na your mobile phone branded that wakuma so. Na when you be jibwono. A free 27th of July, Ekopim 9th of August day. Mobile phone na ube to be a ya teso. Na water no ni e chewadi. Brands a hodro, akwenya hodro. Ye chew the NCA. And was we choose CompuGan. Borrow a CompuGan showroom ubia. And I shop it online at CompuGana.com. Fre 0302752020. And now WhatsApp 0243-143-143 for CompuGana. Passion for technology.
1xBet, the agrono will bet, Call 1x Games, not just to call a crash, Burning Hot, Crystal, and our Western slots. Use the GH1 Games promo code, then your 300% bonus, and copy 5,500 Ghana cedis. 1x Games, a good year hoodro ashe homma, Bebiao biara. Gambling when you're true, inti chano washe yemu, and yema wana won't fear doom watch. Gaming Commission of Ghana, Ajin Kratu Yatumi.
She said, "Yeah, to be hard, and so she knew shop."
Me report no way.
Minya, so many Bonsu, and so she knew but some for business will feel be more. I mean, why, yes, and a Bukuno. The Biani are drain for Frau, and so I'm on 2 bianim. Also, be a dean say, and yes, some drain when you. Yes, bills were dear. Many comment na manchia bio. You want a free emergency loan, cost salary loan, working capital, ni startup loan, bills see and strokra. For Ghana card, be apply and ya. Fresh 0596 920 833 and now 0302 200 390. Bills. For Sika Samu how you know dying.
Sama wudwa esinyina emwa kesia wasa wuti biara Asempa yetia na wobetino Asempa yetia eye kasebo a ye de bro ewo Asempa FM enwe no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensama wudwa esisie ye hu ye ni nyina ye de bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia.
So the essence of my praise is centered on your grace.
My name is Diana Hamilton, VGMA Artist of the Year 2021 and brand ambassador of Awake Purified Drinking Water. I am super excited to partner with Ghana's first charity-driven water to give back to our communities. Awake is a brand that makes a difference. We impact the world around us. That is why for every bottle of Awake water you buy, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center. Yes, every time you quench your thirst with a refreshing bottle of Awake, you're helping contribute to save lives. So keep drinking Awake Purified Drinking Water and let's continue making a difference. Awake Water, one for life, supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is FDA approved.
Na ede na ya obeya oda former son yefunu emunumuni.
Oh, Mr. Entry, also yare ya titi be benfie pi nanso ne yemu nyono da. Se me show no ahodo amato a me hunu hwe a ebe ya nwanwa.
Menyi ni se what ulcer tamfo Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture yanum bom kutia ulcer no bia ma no anom. Anka ne ho ato no dadaada. Ulcer dro de eno an Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture.
Ankom ni nchiremu.
Ulcer yekura eto yefunu ene ensunumu. Etuma wo yefunu ekeka wa. Wogire ho a enyi. Ulcer etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie. So how eye ulcer de a kope Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto.
Pedudu atua ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 020-3822-855 Apinfo abatanya woma won mofrenofo ene mofra woni mfiedu mienu enka ho Haxa capsules ene ne mesha
all satamfo FDA age adwadie.
World Cup fever no abo. Na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium nije ne bawfie. We dey ya tete nyamani nyina so. Ye pese hu go bia pefe. Na wetimi abwaje won so asa wuti stadium hobby. And entini e bro discounts e was Samsung, TCL and Nasco smart TVs nina. Ma match day bia nya we nije da. Na beji ye powerful air conditioners and ye coolers. Ye top and bottom mount chest and display fridges no. Gas cookers so washing machines, microwaves and ye small kitchen appliances in ye keka hunyina. When the football promotion is so power fimu. Ka huna kwa ye showroom any anamo sifa wa mwa Ghana fan enyina. Ana frayen was 050-315-9738. Ubetumi so call www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland, ye the stadium no bawfie.
It's amazing how people you've never met can ruin your mood, make your day, break your heart, or become your favorite person. One nomination, one betrayal, one kiss, one eviction, and suddenly you've picked a side. Big Brother Naija is back with a brand new season. Take the spotlight. Watch every unforgettable twist of Big Brother Naija Season 11 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 149 24/7 with as little as 58 Ghana cedis.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, 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 Asempa FM. Obine bado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode, Asempa nabo. Obine bado, biba, obibo. Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mama obi so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie ena wasugusu awutie ne ma yena munyina ase na yensan ma kwaba se matwen yen amayako ababio me pacho se wutie me baby awo bia no frɛ wo nua no nso mfrɛ ne nua se Asempa FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no yeguso ohwa wo mre na exactly 30 minutes after 5 in the one more hour to go the discussion segment no bremo nana ya chempem jantoa presidential staffer at the seat of our nation's presidency, the Jubilee House. Wabekansa ewo studio ha. Ye share nim se former mayor of Kumasi, the Honorable Sampine, or Presa MPP for Ntwabamano, na omaye first vice chairperson at the national level for the NPP. Sampine so betina senafe ye de yenkomono. Abrem onso a wutie wo fie no wa adwenkyra ye WhatsApp number ne 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 ode wa adwenkyra no efa so ebrɛ a ye behwe na yakan amaw na enne Valley View University for Ababe yen adoye kama onimza Valley View University omo a whole bakery in the school no bakery as part of omo IGF no omo a whole bakery a omo ye pan no ene wo bankran ha nipa edi Valley View University bakery pan no omo dos because omo no variety ankofo ne wona se wani ndo omo banana bread omo potato bread omo wheat soya bread omo butter bread sugar bread corn bread and a wheat bread inti pan wa ye de bro na ye uni bi da Valley View for ewobi ope pan wa ye de kwadu aye Valley View for obi ope pan wa ye de potato aye chum we ne ye de we ye banana bread and say wheat bread and now we ye potato bread enti Valley View University ye do ma se pa omo bakery we no ewo off the Dodowa road Ojibi eho no mo omo numbers ne ofra omo ye deliveries nso into ombebre will be 0537 935 153 0537 935 153 and 0543 255 290 in the Valley View University Bakery Edamwase Papa Panyami Inshramo na Onyamo Kese. Valley View ye SDA4 University in the university edimu papa ewe yeman Ghana emu nana ya atnase ahomane so unse medika ka kire mo se NPP4 issue statement on the decision of the Court of Appeal. Na simabe mienu miensa mamene aspiring first national vice chairperson, current national organizer Henry Nana Boache or a lawyer ni yenini nkomotel ni entwa so nana bi akwa abete sen
lawyer Osei Bonsu lawyer Madarma Yoso
ye danyame ase papa in the mode statement aba o born a tofa mo position on Court of Appeal decision no yeden
Obi bad very very bad to say are at subscribe mobo na ama ade a mi di ho ya oye pa ne se ye ramahama ahobrasem ne ani dim oba ya unya resounding victory no Ghana ya mon don komi amfa amamo ne NDC fo Ghana no sabi yanton a NDC fo ebra obi anim se sednam tamakro
Asempa FM
Ojina court no wakra se okoje ayare saba no ba mabiem na chimfutro ye hu na court aye hwehwemu obi ani de akire na obi adewe ebeto ogya na yen the new patriotic party ka say we no eye well choreographed ye betie ye na ye di free Madam Sednam Tamaklu. Eti ebere kwa obedu Ghana hakwampo se Ghana for kwampo no nya empanifo na boy amane o. Eye US for na kan ye tie. Tete obedu kru ma tie dada. Anya parliament ye de se na nso nsen nin sa wom kra o. No da baby a ojuju no. Esi dan na Court of Appeal timi hwe evidence akoso na nipa no kwamba mbeyi na no o. Nipa namba mbe na no wan ka hwe nye dia dance aba sika obihia no o bacho na ojigu ni boot pe no so koye wanye sika o so de fa ha wan fa nko auditing expose no na say a whole Court of Appeal to be ka kire say ohu ni say adanse bia ni munti no ono de ya hohoro no ho onko obi se me etoda na me ka se kamia ko se ehu bi aba beto Ghana ye judiciary de so and obi you know why it is because koya ye fast why ye two chief justice tokuno no obi asro obi timi kan ben yasam obi asro when you can get na judge mu a ete circuit court na what me I celebrate Idi Amin. Na what me ka say e wom se Ghana mra no e chese ye nyina ye pe. Na nso no ebi eti Ghana mra no so ebi pichen Ghana mra no sa opani ya peje na kwakoye na high court judge. Etiene ni ade abeto gya ne sese wo ya ade bia akwampo na se favor ben dia na ne promote you. In country bia obeye bia na promote you. Eni edi Sanse enei ebinsi Ghana da. Ebinsi Ghana do. Ye di atentenhuro ena akwakotu chief justice inti ehu aba to judiciary so. The interference is too deep from the executive. It's too deep. And this is where we find ourselves. Say a whole Court of Appeal judge etimiama Aye, Juma say. To me, just 3 weeks, 1 month. As you show, a dance yanko for the abba. One, your friend, or mum be doing what dance here. Papa, ya, your born hobble saying, or free, ɛyɛ adwira ɛde sika yi bɛhyia ne batwo na aba osi adanse bia ne honti no Ghana 90 million obi yɛn pepa ho ne yɛn tontwene ɛna obi nyɛ no nko a ɛbra bɛn yi baa yi mu ano obi ɔbɛka ya is akɛseɛ a wɔsɛn ka bɛn ne gyegye Cobalt scandal abɛn yi baa ɔmo so wakyɛ wɔ court do into 271 million and I involved in this matter no
Asempa FM
Yewura Dominic Ayeni sɛ Dr. Stephen Kwabena Opuni Onkofie sɛ wohwɛ taglima issue mpanyinfoɔ a na yɛ involved yɛn sika na obi ɛyɛ involved yɛ $200 million ɛno nso no attorney general ɛtwerɛ krataa one page pɛ why enter into no prosecute and one no ya people move free or move free and one no obi Unibank in sense some sika na get involved in all of this na 5.7 billion Ghana cedis and also penifo ya involved ya form ya prep from home move free and one no ya enter into no prosecute and one no ya get biom obi snitch sika na involved na over 70 million Ghana cedis. In fact, in all of these cases too, no court no actually say they should open their defense. They have a case to answer. In all the case when you know, in fact, near more Yakraye Bank of Ghana governor. No can say me who be. You have appointed at Bank of Ghana governor. No, you did cutako ya paper no so mrefi na. The following day, and you didn't appoint a man so na governor Bank of Ghana. I bring you the oba you knew. It's a name selective justice, suppression of opposition parties, and the Ecofor.
Attorney General, I indicated, sir, obey file an appeal.
As a part of the choreography.
Ade.
Now, if Attorney General now put in such a weak and relaxed defense, who could judge our court of appeal and him? Wow, why do you be that? So person ko free wa hu nipa etino wa adwen bi ne obo ye a part of the choreography ya me say ani put ko ma kwampo no obi ya announce check ya anhwe kwampo anke yante hwe na nko chikroma obi ma announce anhwe obi awo
okay
US authorities in the back say obi nyame yadoma net ade we ye ncha do
mate
akwan ya ye fast wa ye de mra na hye ye sema ye sa nyame yadoma next week demonstration. What is going on?
Asempa FM.
And then, Obi Kwampa China Yendi Nastamo, Yan Kamwa Semno, then panic them. Yes, the bill on this Sibia to the show. And all see Obaba Kuntiaka, Shani Proye, Obaya, Sikaka Siaka, when you know 5.7 billion Ghana cities, 200 million Ghana cities, 271 million Ghana cities, the Katako, Santa Pomo, Omukufi. And now, a momono. O pepa o moi, sabi, o medigane dreamo. Open Yamia to moi.
Very well.
We are going to announce a very massive protest. Me had much now. Young king, a matadu. You want to me as a Makoye. So want to me on Ukutan and Krata. A Nipana or no. Omuno Musia so Koya Galamsino, or not be dear dance to Krum. I want to far hundi. No, you can now show Bibo. Tabra never dear dance here, and I'm far huncho. Nipana Baby dear dance here. Obedia dance here. Osei Sana Chedia, based on hearsay, made what? And you got to the budget.
Anna Mate.
A PM open patron my last words. His Excellency the President.
Finally.
A point what administration air fossil. A plan. A moment could be a memonu say. Free speech air catcher. Selective justice. Say attention, you know, I say a do honoma. Omuna mbrano ya ya momu ene du honom dia ya ese mbrano enkuntia omu. Obi, this is a dangerous precedent, and if this is the legacy our president Abeso Uja honoma, Obi, we are going to rise up. Obi,
Harry Nabuache.
Yan for Ghana and this fool.
Mati, we'll continue next week. Yameya Dumwa when Moya announcement from a demonstration. I that's a power for your time and you may Yamisha or Papa. Hearing an abuache lawyer ni national organizer ma NPP or Saya Press a party for Antomano now on my first national vice chairperson for the party. Make us say a idea from the Jubilee House. Nanaya Chempem Jantua, Nanaya Kwaba, na pum to saying. Bibia boko de.
American man.
Last week went to me, ama.
Debbie said also your budget in your mama.
Ah, yeah. Last week near far budget. Sure. Hey, Yakwaba.
I'll go your crew. Akwaba.
Oh, that's it. Now, I'm penny who you're there.
Oh, yes. We say weekend this is where could be to a friend is saying Legon. PhD.
Sure. On to Dr. Julius Debra.
They say a friend Dr. Julius.
Yeah, Jubilee has a friend Dr. Julius.
Dr. Julius. They say any doctors. Dr. Callistus, Dr. Julius, Dr. Valerie.
Oh, nice.
You know. A whole do. Ocean conform more dear.
And Chena, Dr. Nana.
And yes, I don't know who ye. And yes, what way. Na me fanchi ama wankasa mafeo na me fanchi asoma wati fo na menchi ana na bi minu aketwa
yes
ne papa and me papa were friends na the okay can dey maintain and tie china yes appeals court ya na omo ekogina na nim say won free wontumi
wontumi appeal nso yes
and then I make a nti china no se wontumi kone BBC no so omo so ye be manipulated by MPP ana obi koya appeal nese appeals court no panel 3 members omo decide say na nkono a wone hwan no akwakoye yi that is why your friend is so wow can attorney general why then wa file
was serving notice or be file
appeal ultimately before a case ne cry be ban no san file but say we agree to the appeal but the point is that said the name is a Ghanaian
yes
as Ghanaian as wound to me Osei I say wound to me enya more Ghanaian than said the name in this one who so we more pentam guta phone or pentam be can no be o campaign and why kesi hey campaign ben why kesi san akwaba na we are there basically
somebody you so video
akwaba
Nana ya kasa. Who's said na me Ghana ni say won't.
Yes. Said na Ghana need to say me to say wo. To say an armed robber to say murder or feel say maybe as so ya appeal. The appeals court na wo say wo for appeal.
Sure.
So even people can say will be manipulated the judiciary. Did they also manipulate the judiciary? What did they make? Cases are in an abi they are to way. 8 years near o case who yan convict you bia. I am saying for how long? 8 years. Our evidence are in fear watch.
Some cases are 40 years.
I am saying say 8 years. So see nipa na crime wafa Ghana sika. As I saw yan sharp. 8 years oh. Mokoba sa 8 years. Number 2. MPP for during a Tamil's time went to court and they were acquitted and discharged.
Yes.
And also the no man kase asemo. They went to court. Okay, Ghana at 50. Yeah. All manner of people went to court over various issues. Say you share sa a year. Your fourth Republican. Why not jelly in forcing MPP? And so they be no more kasa. Omo ye more Ghanaian than who? Obi, I'm telling you, Omo ye more Ghanaian than mine. Inti say ne there so you want to me there sanko koye ne ka say okay ya ene de ye ene de on be praise ayi
judges
ne but ye said the name de enye because we NDC ni because ni moja nye Ghana. Also they mention the court has done something. If you disagree, also so their processes behind the scenes near kind processes ni bi me menye lawyer ni I believe he said their processes are also so no ubetimi okra no ubetimi akasa wo mpene we lawyer ni winning process so you don't say these things as if so obi ahye that say omuye bibisa no the excellency Mahamadin bemu na ya homte
adentia
because ono onye lawyer and on your judge. There is a Kufuado no be can asem. At that time, the judges in the near Kaukai. No, yes. His Excellency Mahamon on pe crime. We are one for Buga Pele Antum. No, the dear Buga Pele court. A Buga Pele is his best friend. Otimasi, Obio Nim no Abunkola Brim. And so I dare not call you on for court. Or Castle Penny. Or the no court my convicted. Anna,
yes.
Aha. Into a miniature says a baby or honest saying ya. Or no back or catch a judge be say yen ABC. No, he will not do so. But judges know how to take a decision. Say your objection to that decision. It does not also negate the fact to say the Nipan has a right to appeal. Our right to appeal. As a Ghanaian, so there were a politician in Tiana. She has a right to appeal. Oyi bia edebe tu su bia tabunu bia edebe tu su bia convention bia edebe tu su bia as long as we have a democratic enye extrajudicial no say yet utimi appeal inti judges atena se aka say omo hu say there's no veracity in the case inti say so attorney general so say me feel say ABCD me so ma appeal say the Beko Supreme Court.
Yes,
the Supreme Court akana sem. Let's wait till then. So near my summer walk and cry one no winning baby or then nam. Transempy be all can tintin baby minia. So to them, I think it's Asempa. We should take our time and even look at all the you know to no lawyer nin any so kasa say. Me a menya lawyer nimpo matome bo ase ahwe bibia na maka say. Sesa dynamic we ya bem say attorney general say oh yes ayentwen. Esi nyenya abotre me hu adekonti MPP for koka ayi campaign ti omo pe position nti bibi keto bia then they latch on and they make noise about it because obi I'm telling you say boni o medi Ghana for no enye we na betimi asese bibi ono okwa se de nam edwane se de nam ko enye ne de na bai obi susu di potatoes wo baabi
so on court bi emu anefo
se court bu anefo yes ye the charge ato ho amabra be yi ano adenti no wadwane Finance Minister bia wo krom adie benti na ayi badwa adenti na ono na bi no o bibia ne de no remove the speck in your eye before you remove the log in somebody's eye adie be na MPP aye say ayi ye friend ne sen kenofori atamre fie meyi na no tese wadane samantwentwe na o kro bi so hu ga na ni kro be kwa kope ba bia fa obedwane
omeyi na no wode ade
whatever it is yes ayi ya charging or certain things ye din sem bia to no so Womra no meka se manye sa otemasi o ye keka se ba adie benti na wo former finance minister wakwa kwaji kuro bi so krata na akọ what be that obi
so ono so was right
all right but I'm saying say nya bibia na wo ye panyimu a wo ye when you do we do level bia niam bi ho you don't do it say we to be a finance minister na wadwin ti na ye kuro ni sa no because na adwin nyina ne se wontena kurom ha because nka na adwin ne se obetena kurom ha anka obi wonye de oye kuro no nti oho nya na o plans se obegyae ho nti wo ye na ese a na chese wonka ho obi wuti de me kire because anka odwin ho so obe spend the time bi wo ha anka de na obeye anka obetena ha oye ne emaye Abrochi osiki medical hospital ko buy na nko osi hospitals crown put two good ones that no big ka to say the Mayo clinic
agenda
111 ekosi hene obi kofa bibi agenda 11 within na da so ankosi ba bia cement nim ayi o say
na unim agenda 11
emesi a wo hene agenda 111 o man ka say na dey acknowledge say o man anye niye because anka won't see one big hospital or Tamale won't improve Tamale teaching hospital. Ultimately, and 7 northern sector. G won't improve G. Me de be a meka.
G no more improvement. The two are not mutually exclusive. First, we improve G in Chester. District be any hospital.
Me pacho say 8 no.
Yes.
Your friend is saying 111 no almost or more 101.
Yes. 111.
11. District Bia, they say 260.
So district maybe your district hospital that. Omu ni be na 88.
And say no almost 88. First say no the beto krata so. And the 111 by.
Yes.
What they mean. But hospitals are kesiye to say mayo. Won't mean see no district. nti ɛsɛ nko si ɔkɔ mayo no a ɔkɔ hu sɛ mayo sitie no ɛsɛ nko ti meka sɛ Ghanaians also deserve mayo ɛnu bi na Kwame Nkrumah yɛ na ni so ade hu so ɔkɔ abrochire no ba wɔtim sɛ Ghana for deserve more nti no wo kɔ mayo na onim sɛ mayo yade na wo mesi e mayo in Ghana mi bi sa
ɔkɔ mayo no wɔ free aban mu
dabi no free about start kɔ mayo yɛ ne kan for start kɔ mayo clinic yɛ ne
but how do you react to omo ayeka say based on their course so with Saglemi and all those cases now age filing only prosecute and withdrawal and I said nam the asia babe tosono mo oral fight no is now dead.
Why is it dead? Said the nam dear
the moral authority
me person said the nam dear no where you yen judges
dabi mo nya judges
yen ye file appeal
dabi
why na file appeal no
said the nam lawyers
said the nam lawyers say a personal thing, so why do you put it on party? Why do you put it on government? Said the name idea ya so mu din this year sha enye personal. Maybe so.
Said the withdrawals and only prosecute or
the prison no. Now we feel say if there is no substance in it, AG into ayene honorable ayene otiwe with the team. Wo mo ho ne wo mo ye adwuma. Who feel say ade no enko ya obeye and now His Excellency Mahama bibi enko ya obeye. And I'm asking you, obi ye guilty 8 solid years. Untimi nya ayi tevinum case ne di sen. Yes.
Yeah, but said that point on number of years a case ne di wo court and they strong point.
A strong point.
No.
Debbie, how can you for how long are you going to put somebody in there in and out? Debbie or Konoaba.
Yeah, but the wheels of justice grind when you are following due process.
It takes time. Due process 8 years. Sometimes due process. Also sometimes, but 8 years. On your case, our MPP for nya wo mu be mia on be mo atena ho 8 years. I'm telling you.
But do you know, so say for most of those cases, no, not prosecution.
But yeah, said in case and I say can those cases. They say they are
that 8 years.
But they are that pass. So I said the name. What you say? Or no, who said the name? They no quite encouraging no digress. I'm saying said the name. No, a government and a co-file appeal man. No, said the name. Government. Oh no, na co-file an appeal. The lawyer. O to the meche and a lawyer no eko kana sem na asem aye de and now judges and they say asem no there's no veracity in na conviction na the man no inti no yesi wonko obi so aka say and ye wo aka say me so me file appeal a counter appeal into me so me mpene so ye ma legal process no nko
and running the full court.
Who ye lawyer because I don't see all these interruptions. Ye yampo no asema e work court ko ye go into contempt because we are giving some kind of judgment be a any say but you see the MPP anytime mo be kan sometimes na me dwene wo ma dwene mu say yeah no mo manipulate na na judicial because I can't see how a court of appeal aye bibi na we decide say raba no nko na also won ti ase adenti na won direct or anger at the court of appeal because for me if there's anything how direct my anger at the court of appeal and says why did you judges do ABC like the AG has done filing an objection to the process going to the Supreme Court so other yes.
Osei,
the objection when the appeal was filed. So was say agent so filed a statement of case.
Yes.
And he filed one
opposing the appeal. That's what I'm saying. Or filing an objection, maybe I would do oppose. Or filing so opposing the appeal. The identity no from the very word go gets go. Or filing so oppose the appeal. Then the unka agent you manipulate. This is the head of the lawyer. You know mo bar no pay.
Yes, leader of the Ghana bar.
The leader of the Ghana bar. And by virtue of his position as Attorney General, and the judges are they not members of the bar?
Yes, they are members of the bar
association
before they become judges.
Bar
but when they become judges and so on association. When they become a judge,
and then you go to your
join judges.
What do I say? This is somebody of a year original when him or see at the now object. The judges are free. They are independent. They can make, and besides, judges no muti one. Nanado they appointed two. Two of them was appointed in the era of yes, Nanado as a person, but in the era of the MPP, one was appointed there. But unanimously, they all said the same identity. Why are we looking and saying MPP saying it's government? Why should it affect oral? Oral is based on Niama and Crawford Aye. Into necessary and why you what to moi. Oh, yeah, then, so who bet you? Me de bia ukofosi me them who example. I went everywhere, but what be today I'm sitting here talking to you.
Yes.
Me then make come a story at Imareta. Now I went to America when MPP came. The kind of threats I was receiving, my family said, "Go to America, don't come back." I went, I listened, but when I was there and I saw the things going on the media about me, I told my family that I'm coming back. They said, "Nana, don't come." I said, "I'll come. I will come and answer. If I am guilty and yes, I will go. But I know I haven't done anything. And Obi, I came, I went through 3 years. A true time because I said, "Minko penny mu be a cheme boni niacha or catch me said na ya unko mu ye yaka 1 year. 1 year back by near who ya punish you enough." I went through. Me fa ya de mafa ya find me no say sa and I'm denam. But eventually
3 years na chese na court about
me kwade ya nkase court and ye do ko yoko.
Investigation
do could be ye kwa ha na anko ya ne akoye bibi foforo. E wo be dru fie ne a paper da ho. Yes, ye investigate you. Brabe report wa ha. Echina wo ye esi ho bibi anya ne asan kofa bibi foforo.
Sa for 3 years.
Yes. Me passport ye je me kokumasi akohwe me papa krampo se me je permission. You see what miracles the any bill.
Passport they go Kumasi.
Oh, as my American, I'm not really. Don't come and make me angry. Me passport ne go Kumasi.
Say, I know a form of ID.
Yes, yeah, the passport they go Kumasi.
But who need passport now? Any other national ID?
That's I'm saying. Say yes.
VIP I do passport.
Oh, or can flight.
And I would drive I do.
As my car want to me say yeah, Jimmy passport for.
Go Kumasi kura.
See me.
Kumasi say okwa so kwaje permission. Omo je ne passport to ho, but okwa Kumasi kra so je permission.
The chrono.
There be nya the chrono.
Say me just want the passport
go Kumasi. Na kra me kwa me bia me Ghana card yira afa ni mehu. Nam the passport na nam. Me ko Kumasi I made the passport. What you say? But on nam kra na uti VIP, you should have some form of identification. E kwan so nim de ebesi. Yes, so we need identification show one. Me papa ti ase anko be kan kire. One day me call na papa yare efe janto. Me ti afa na anko hospital because na 5:30. Na me ko catch a flight aba. O ti de me kire no. Inti no wo ka we process ye nyina ya fam.
Okay. Na mama na se na mentie sampan.
Na pese mu se wuntumi kwa appeal ni esi eja na no so e be problem ana.
Sampan.
Ele ya omun ka se judges ne nye.
Na waka say we me da se. Said na mtama.
Time cross.
Acquittal and discharge matters arising me into you.
Yo obi ma me chia oni wo me tie no wo me hwe yen.
Bi o ye campaign o ye kesi.
Menchia Dr. Mahmoud Baumia baby wo bia adwuma wo die bia na mo tutu esi bia no nyame nka no ho na bibia mramu ye ema no na ye party delegates no the calls I'm receiving the support I'm receiving across the country no overwhelming me do bibiara ase almost e be call regional elections no almost the mo trinkwa say ye beto aba you wo mo betima ye adwuma ni ye ama party na konanim na wa na no na oni o mahene na mo twitwi mi amenua ranking o say
we lose attitude poto
o so da ne chitafo nyina ase be 16 years our di party no mo wa Belgium adwuma ye nyina so da o ma se o ne no edi ni do akwa we no na be o secretary
secretary mpo no wa report no
na secretary nyempo secretary
secretary serious
secretary ye na ya na ye wo koka na obenya asem to na secretary hwe wona party su na so
o chief administrator
yes secretary there
enjo se ja na ja kwajo so ono so we
Dallas chapter
vice chair.
Yes.
Congratulations. Madam Fumo on Canada, Madam Vic, no woman.
Asempa ye vote ma mo ana say eye.
Yeah, you vote.
First vice on
first vice no e be vote.
Ah, na fu say bia wo call na say we anya chair, oni chairman.
No, anya oni chairman de ne da. E na vice chairman no so ye. The vice chairman no ye two omuyini pa mensa. Nti ewia ye be kan the first 3 no. Wa ubenya highest no be ye first. Na second and third. Sana.
But you don't stand for second ne.
Debi. Ne adwene ho sa but your party na nyanto.
Debi sa na obi aye no.
No, me na me suggest say anya ne sa na ukwa na who say clearly I'm going for first vice. So we will go second vice. And ukwa no afrim no obi aba banye say ye be ka say
the tie so amoye den in case
the tie if there's a tie they will I know you been see that but I know say there's a tie there will be another vote for baby a tie you know.
No, but that's how it happens.
I believe say baby tie to be a first to the tie definitely you know they will do something about it yeah. But Obi yam nwanwa ensema eya na na ya dwanto ane and this for ne kan go Ghana habao 25th June 2026 na woti baby a woti ya na meti ha I think na if you say ni don kwa some other person okay and na me ko kan say Samra na said that I'm tamakula ba ni ehu baby na kwhye me ko bisa ya fotuko atbeka say no hwe prison for so no and na me ka say ade a wo mo ye we say eye krokro de John eye content creating eye settings eye scamming if it's wo mo ba no ma bi jai no 25th June 2026 komo portal no so kohwe wo benya online ni nyina egu ho me company me nye Elijah nanso me hunu de ebekwa akosie Dominic Ayene honorable attorney general osi obey appeal mo nye
adai
mo nye
even if he has
ma onye appeal no enkosi aga
Supreme Court
enkosi aga mo nye appeal no
it's an advice
ya trust settings no Ghana for there's almost person can say adwini ni etrim hwe ensama ye kan ha na ya si ofurata mra asem makan hada osunu butunu ba bi dwene no ho eno hu se otwe edi mirika gidigidi awia no se jatwe na wia wutu mirika wo koi eno se hwe Prosifo atie sikrum wo mu misa hwe wo mu chimponche nyina edo mu ko prison eno se bo na wo otwe a wo ben aponche wo dwane dia me osunu dia mumutu anya dan ya chimia ebia mfie duonu na improve se me ye osunu na me otwe de ye we say ofurata mra me support so bi be ye bone Nemom se bechia no abuntachia abua atan no rough there I swear obi onim nyansa bia oma
but why do you think say oba obe ombebu attention ade etia
ugo mohun de ko wontumi asem no no
yes
obi bu de oy lawyer circumstantial evidence my word against your word wo wasem de yegidi me de anyini wa be akrata bia evidence document bia proof na usora no for that aba
but so court they consider other factors apart from word against word almost other factors
obi factors maybe obi yanko yourselves
very well
na o question agenda 111 me person you answer my said them there so agenda 111 o see yensi hospital kese bia wa hospital one eh wa regional hospital no why na ye
yes mayo type
mesi na mobile na ya bechichiri Ghana ya chichiri Ghana 2017 between 2024 mu medie akonya
meni wo
wo papa no amedi akonya
meni wo
hospital no nsi ye Kwame Nkrumah nsi hospital ba kokoro Ghana
me pesa meka
konfanachi kwalebu yesiri ya be Kwame Nkrumah nsi ye Gwajis bed num esi ye no Kwame Nkrumah nsi ye na onko abrochire na onko hu Mayo clinic Methodist clinic kakrakana wo Dallas no. No omunko ho, no omunko hunu. Oh, ye masem no eye tantantan. Adenti na esi no bed syndrome no. Yemma yensisi district hospital say equip omu yiye. Because yare bi wo ho a enye referral. Enye yare a esi a refer wo kọ ebia konfanochi ana kolebu ana UGMC. By the way, UGMC phase 2 no one is here. Nyakufado.
Under MPP sure.
What would be the switch no? In TNC district any hospitals. Agenda 111 ye wie a commission bi. Emfie mienu na ekwe mutimi operationalize no. Wo kan no bia betra de no operationalize no.
Ezo
omwa na usi bi wo de adwene no kura ma utrim said district no ebehia hospital. Sanyansa na matrim said district no ebehia hospital. Aba obitrim oye ho adwuma wakodu level bi emfie mienu ni.
Obi ka je no nka say you ka say nyansa mo bi je didi atem.
Mini obi atem.
O didi atem.
The talk.
Debi. Don't say that.
Okay, adwene no amobi. Okay. Adwene no kura de wo ti no adwene na amamu o. E na de akoka say afija kwa breed north. So wo fi chichu area. This a wo coffee so. Bed 1.5 hours.
Na musi e na
Wabra wo babu amanya e 30 minutes. And to going 1.5 hours. And now about 30 minutes obi. They are in a sebe. Nyansa wo mse obi yare a ye de be kontem. Mo akonyankwa. And it will see this hospital to know.
Na musi.
Please.
Na ya manenka sanwe why na when your time atimi arapia.
Enti osi 8 years. De janu ho hwe konfanachi osi de na ye no ho. Anye bia no. Sa emergency unit no president Kufu MPP abane CEO. Ye buy a hospital na a champion man started over 40 years ago. Obi anko ho. President Kufu ko ho kakra. Ye buy near say during nyagu ko hwe level a eduru ye. Mo buy ye almost 2 years ni. Throw unim throw the messing for no day you know. The to concrete ye down no cement no mo fa throw ba kunkura mfa da no na betra ha wani mu fere na be kika chance we a kire Ghana
me nka say you
na be kika chance we a kire Ghana for woni me enya me nwanwa de omo ye no ba bia na ya tie ya obi ha eno traye eno ka kire me sampan say
na wo sampan de o ti
wo a ensem o mo ka kire President Mahama 2012 eba 2016 no wo mu obi akwan na wo abeye bia ye be chew
ankasa manfa
o wie ye no send the 12 so say se me o se bia na invite me o se bia na
o se mo mpene
yes man ba correct
o se bia na afremi na ade achi na yoko afremi na security agents na frame ya kamenya ano e de abetra ha de abekasa asem otra ha kan
sampa yemra said
and that is what they were now coming back to said nam tam obi
wan kan eche ba wo se mu mpene mu mani
na wo say wo chi ni pa no wan mpene
oh how
sampa bra said nam tamaklo
yes atuonu said nam atuonu tamaklo na tamaklo atuonu yanka ni yo na court de din it me de eja obi kra obi ha me betra studio ha e ka se wo mo kofa na ba Abidjan e dia pa na occasion extradition process no mo start here no
the extradition process was started under the NP
e dia pa na start here statistics enkofa no mra
no serving a sentence yes.
Mubaye man ye ho hwio almost 2 years on and sana moto aso oba ehun sem deja baby adni koye de Franklin Kujo no mo kire say order house arrest de feli fotuka chi be kan na meti so kasa we wo ha obetina ha be kan say enyo na he prisoners so wo Ghana ha sa hantan dwe kasa we say enyo na he prisoners so no for that do na hwe no so be kan asem say odin ba bi otie on na hwe no so no be kan ato ho me kan ni say settings wɔn mo begyae no nti me akɔ court ene anopa na me wɔ mo TV so adom ena ba sɛ nasɛm no e wɔ court bianwie show no na yɛdi asɛm na wie sesi a e dia beto sɛ asɛm na ni merit nti wɔn mo pɛ so mo kyerɛ sɛ sika yɛ ka sɛ bi 500,000 Ghana cedis odi koma company bi won Ekumase wɔn si hu no dɔso check the buyer copies of the checks na tufo nyinaa no na wo hɔ a yɛn hu baabi scan fa yɛn timi recover no saa asɛm no na reader rather when ti sɛ wuntumi de no a obi anya krata bi ani adanse no na reader rather sika yɛ ka so nkɔkyɛma wɔn a ɛwɔ agboglosi hɔ a wɔn mo nneɛma hye no emmanuel digwa wɔ hɔnom no wɔn mo akasa medi ho adanse sɛ wasɛm ɛda ɛda no dwane yɛ na sɛm ɛda no dwane yɛ back to the issue of the 8 years after obi antum obi said Dr. Opuni how many times no one go Supreme Court for interpretations how many times one go appeals court for SMB e be what 3 months eba neko sa nipa no umma process ni nyina fam na so di fa na aya kumamu de se emra no ansisi no enu nti ye ma ho kwan se system no ebe running enye Professor Mills of late eneka ozi nukro e obi court ozi justice no kanko no ekon kitin enso enkom no ebekwa akuduru ba bia se eduru ozi the wheel of justice grinds slowly but definitely it will get to its destination and it will di mirika na if you say yes slowly you say untumi die ene nyina ye humu ena asem no bonse enko beka ho asem intimam nka wen to Ghana for adwunum say 8 years and for biantum ya for biantum yes 8 years wo ba ye no aden na wo di bibi ye fe no only prosecute minim na sante but the make man lose interpretation say meja kokodu banku kokodu akple eno fechiri kokodu acheke na kokotena fie wono girls no mo boys mo nkonkwa we mo nsa ye jawo mo sika billions of Ghana cedis billions obi sa wo fa baby no mo ye estate no sagleme $200 million wo dia me mfa na no $14 no nka ye mfa na $11 no nka eyesen banking sector clean up woman no mo bomu apart from a man for sika or mushire ye no or my Ghana sabo hu ka billions to resettle the people meboa
yes
sasem we say Dominic Ayene honorable ene nyomo akeka nyina nti na unim yesi bo mu de yesi President Muhammad onye clearing agent o yesi ye super clearing agent
Dabana ya se wuntimi mfa so bo mo president
tamana wo mu ja nkrofo e wo court system no ka no asebia na ka na Kufado no ye hwan wo mu ti ha e na no mo fresh Supreme Court unanimous
Sampa fansa
yes I do mo kan ene no se obi ye unanimous SC Supreme Court ene obi don't mean unanimous High Court obi ntimi nye entinya mpanifo bu besa wo wi fo nsa no ahwe nsa because fo ne sa ba nipa nsa enwi keke na nipa bi kura nsa achi nwi ti se fo nsa achi entu wi fo nsa no ahwe nsa no sa na asem no etie ntimi antra enda ne da ne asem no ani mi antra ha enka ne yesi e from then yesi enye ora bi emu you see, they've been released all looters.
A free operation recover all
looters to operation release all looters.
And the MPP for Modiaba.
One more Nadiaba. Okay. Now Quabrando for me I'm releasing no. Said time I club in the Majano.
court na eja.
Me wafa madam fo me ha me MP. Me na bia no. Jakpa me na bia no. Atu force me na bia no. Me na bia no. Esi afi ben mu. Wo ba ye, wo man feminists yam, vete wo mkura nwie. Eno mu ja wo mu. Enti NDC ni bia wodi boni a wadwane ebra. NDC ni bia wodi boni onim so adi ga wadwane bia bra. Na wo ba ye beja. Bra na be du fufuo. Bra na ne eno boys no gas mahwimum. Bra na be ye de wo be ye bia. Obi asem no eja. Baby your money kono. The populace are losing confidence or the trust in the politician no. Womo why
they become want me who a word that will be not words. Dear words who na the word they man dey akọ.
Obi mama land womo ye yesa no a gidie no a no mo we mu no the trust
e be free.
Was so slowly and the President Muhammad in NDC 4 years say you know e say asem no kra he oko mo TV bakumbi me modi so be man kwande an modi TV3 wo pass judgment way correct comments afi wo ma restrict wo comment section no obi adwa me see a school platform bi your classmates 95% ye NDC4 me year group what St. Augustine's your platform back be so
Felix say nkofo na adwa no onto o ma say more emotional reaction than logical reaction.
Osi wo mo adwa no. Onto o ma say
because we just said then say we just court of appeal now.
Say we deliver judgment. Omo fa dwane ahantan ka kasa fonche. Omo fa dwane ahantan enka kasa fonche.
We just said then say court of appeal now aye den.
Na ye adwa nto ame mane nko. Oti UTV eno kofa handkerchief. Wonim duku no a friend double.
Yeah.
They born Katsikwa, and what the people no so say ya to electricity.
I know your TV3.
Did you
about
UTV so be can
TV3
DDP wants electricity.
Okay.
No
who's right then? Na say Obi na say Obi so Emma the justice system. If you say Obi nim baby ayen ye de be kwakosi o. Meti ha make say say me nim ekwan a obi betuma fremu bibia to me so. Emi abechi me ne kobu ntenchia ema me. Enti mo go say Obi emotional advert.
Say me sun ye because
squilla animal for squilla nyama no a eya omo ye no mbeje omo nyai.
Manana Yankasa, you have
Obi, I am surprised that 1 year me pay equalization.
Okay. Now who has equalized? What again now can? What FC, unanimous FC Asem, what you now can put me Asem, what you now call for Academ. No, goals calling.
I'm on 40.
Now score goals.
Where we are, Mono.
Why you not equalizing?
Sometimes respect me. Respect me, I'm a woman, respect me.
I'm a woman.
Respect
I've done me
respect me.
I'm
telling you.
Obi. Sometimes
you can't talk to me anyhow.
Cover propaganda we make asem no buabo na buabo.
Respect me.
Buabo na buabo. Adenya bon kan
Nana ya address the Tobo. Asem nyina mo ye age mate ana.
Aye.
Enti nyabotre.
Your friend is saying.
Yes.
Obi. Say some points na ha. Cause said the name Johnny ye because you're guilty because you so aye but net any for reata so Johnny because you feel so aye boni. Matro ha. Say some pine. Or say so ofuriata Johnny a we Johnny no.
Asempa FM.
But said the name the Johnny or Johnny aye boni. Call no boni no aye. Court I decided baby. You see there because the process ne besi. It is
at
only
the time I said nam call no I or jumpy bail.
But I am saying say or koye no inti bueno can no so what na krom ha a finance minister you didn't call with votes of censure say they nyina he fought it.
Yes.
E man sa atena ye do time bi kwa no oyare wo baba be finance minister be vet no ono kwa ye the 2 days vetting. That time na dey no ankoti na brochiri. So wish I didn't say no so no so kwa wo treke yen or the settings na de call ye in one way say obeba china e chine che say obeba say or the settings and the dwane free krom ha so come medical care so see them meet you into okoy ono so dwane ye into won't mean
do equalization
sometimes me patch on manenka
or equalization my reminding is or equalization
let her talk where you can make all those points na ya me patch on me
sometimes me fa ho nche o
ana me beja o
me catch me fa ho nche
you pay 10 years na emre bi ni mosi
ano sa na tie nyina mosi fo na tie me fa ho ma
obi me papa de kan so pay 10 years na emre nya bi ni mosi ni o
me fa ho nche o what e wo baba yi ya oni ma no ha me so so re na say na me kan bibi kokofu bia ya ofa kokofu former EPA
yes
ye ni audit ni ade wo save sikampo obi aka na sem a man of integrity me sure say integrity award ya ye friend say speaker eso so man bi out of a lot of all these people omugo ya omo ye niema basa MPP for there is one ultimately ono sampan ya wo si he obi abefre na ko baabi what why you are defending the defenseless obi abefre wa anye meya so fu say obi 10 ni pani a wo sampan wa no ya obi abefre wo
we me manoya
bema wa no ya chen oba bema wa no ya chen oba oti ase bema wa no ya Bema denke hu ye nanka wano da form kakra wano ya te say yiwan
wanya
wano ya say yiwan
no betra ha no aka say de wo ye nkwan no wa so
wano ya say yiwan sharp obi afrew obi ayi bibi nkrofo ayi bibi ne ye frɛ wo ma ye frɛ krampa wo ye doko cheche mia menua napo ye frɛ no ko biye nan no onye former minister of energy won ko kan anasem o ma me metena ase Edie be ni dedei ultimately this process you are talking about mu yankrofo west ebinum kura wuwom doctors Victor Selome wanwu we don't want to go back we see no best syndrome we see hospitals and na mo ye ni year and na mo commission ye na start say ye ho adwuma nke ebenya issues nke ebenya congested hospitals because we gave you hope. In 2017, mo ba ya mo se Bahama anye bibia Bahama wo ye den. Mo ba 2017 Ghana fo nim se mo ba bibi papa bi se na de mo be chire ni. So ultimately yes. Apesie bi de apaw. Ya wi kura ya wi enye yie. Amanfo de wo mo hwire ehie mu mo ma mo disappoint wo. Ene ye ka se ma na mo so wa be ha nipa adwen. Obi and I'm an example on what you be a friend. So we be beer, and now there's a suspicion. You bet me a fro. Ye fro we are, and now could miss Kokofu. Kokofu, ya bonabasu social media. So no quite question and near Monocran will save Usika. Such a person no the enfant party
Asempa FM.
Enfant party or what will live with integrity or dinner hunni. As I say, no obedient me and canasem. Momuti we ofaria te dwane adidi mo ba Ghana niema basa obi ye nyina hwe the way ya Ghana to abeti amo you always want to paint somebody black de bia na excellency Mahama and edi asem ma so papa sa from 2013 mo gusu ye
na se mo so mo so na ado
so mu se den
na ya
me pese mbusu asem na do ba e measure odenam no ni efi so ba be bibi the way they condemned His Excellency Mahama so onye bibia the way they condemned him na mo ba be ye worse
e dey no ye you sit there and talk say Kufuado wa me ye hwe
we are not go
we better do sense to boost apart from politicking
that kind of
obi see obi atomic junction
Osiako me pa che Kokofu oyendisi ni ana onye ndisi nyan mabona basui we ya wote ana no ya
we ya me will refer to me as we are.
Sampire what tea. Anna no ya one me deny example. Saka me fan any example because ye integrity.
Na ye buy power no. The chair this for nya na ko e. And this for nya na do am ko.
So
and this for nya na do am ko. 1 minute to no ne serious am nya na ko.
Asema me kan say mo kasa te say de obi a shed that person o time ani. Obi mpacho me time me go through me process. So na me. Did you hear about it? Did anybody make noise?
No.
Yes. When it happens, oh, so Kadia said, my men can say,
ah, now you can't this for us a chew or Musata was a chew or now you're in this. Send out to your
public servant.
I'm a public servant.
I'm not so a CP.
But I am saying, say, when I went through that process, did you hear anything?
No.
You didn't hear anything. So why all these noises? Obi Maka told me, say, appeals court. Oh my dear. Attorney General. So what's not me sometimes we be you impugn obi integrity. Obi I na not on go school.
So a PhD holder.
That is the point. Into fusa or knowing ayene or share the case no or stress enya or bekas or file onim emrem. Otima say for His Excellency Mahama to man attorney. Ayena what was on so son same biso.
You be time so.
Me time on so ya
because I can't 2 minutes for some time.
Because me land na me kase. Untimi nkase ayene. Yes.
Minia Dami
Godfred Dami.
Oni try your boy.
Yeah, me try your boy didn't come.
Okay. One go school.
Amuko school.
Nse jasi na ekire omumra.
Dabi.
Samu tu am condemn wo. Sa appeal na wo ka no. Eba ho anim. Emra ben. Den na wo start extradition exercise na ansa na mo beka say mo na appeal.
Appeal is started in 2024.
Media me lawyer.
But appeal no in 2024 no. Tua ya bo a ekire mu a.
Amananim amwam
general no. They knew
nothing about
it.
But there was an appeal.
They are disputing that because almost say it didn't come to them.
Because you decided nam 2 no. The lawyers, nobody gave any indication of an appeal.
Me say e wo ho.
That same day. Uti ampowa wo ha ena na mitie wa mo ka se
there was an appeal before the court of appeal
na kra ubi sa so na so wanyini sa afri ni case no na eden no no so be ko appeal no that same day 3 years on afia na mo be ka se ye appeal na appeal eni
ya na dada
expire so ye do tumu a period that to appeal no eni was ana me lawyer
but you can seek leave of
the
court.
Seek leave of the court. Yes.
But in this case no the certain lawyers they say they appealed within 30 days of the judgment.
Records
and your friend say tia ya boa say as attorney general at the time no bibia ma omo ho sa
inti
we need to get the records of the court
because court me say masu TV na masu your process so far they come bia the records you know your kokko said ye bibia me wo copies na wo phone until lawyers no mo famra ye mpese bo mo bekọ akọ hu judicial service for na wo makọ backdate records e dia akọ shebe obi di o mine ko me say the president Mahama no no na ena no akufado de na onu de sebi no nya obi ba odu de no nya obi ba
president Mahama mo di na temo ko
na ma quickly before I end Nana yasi say o man no.
Yes.
O man no say no. Ena mfie mienu. Wo si wa hihye e me ha da ne he.
Excellency Mahama de ono excellent o.
E dia pa Mahama bedi akonya. E dia no aye.
Dollar to see
dollar wuni me ka o man no bottle. Sasa me grad ya pese $1 billion a month. $1 billion a month. Wudi suppressing no. Wudi suppressing no. Wudi suppressing that cathedral asema ya no mo ka.
Cathedral.
What's can one can say? Saying
$90-something million.
They do $1 billion.
$1 billion.
dollars eduru.
Oh, that.
About 10 times.
About 10 times.
Now who they every month? And now I to force here for Ono anka sika wo mo pompe egwagu Bank of Ghana and stabilize the forest.
Madam was impenye for some time.
Yes. Oh, 2 years on. Their disappointment. The omo scammers, they lie about everything. Nkora bo ka kire nkora say obey automatic posting. I'm a teachers. And now we jump 25 cities. What's in the 40,000 I apply, 7,000 pen I form. President Mohammed Jina platform so. We see a software, or catch us obey automatic posting. We are school back near the Walwale DHS, near the teacher DA primary, near the common service, and as you say. Oh, find your dinner cup. And yes, coming.
Some fine. And na ya chantem jantua. Meda munyina se nyame ya do mo chenebe se atwa so. Asempa yetia. Ena ye de ebremo.